Alright, welcome back, people. It's reset day for week 6. Let's just jump right in. Like last week, this is gonna be more or less a bypass week. Since, as customary, I tend to push the milestone-related unlocks, if there are any. So in terms of like quest writing and voice acting and zones, it's generally the following week. I subscribe the milestone to the following week because of weekly hauls being capped, and we just move over the currency as part of the process. So this is one of the bypass weeks, much like we experienced the last week. Verice got us to do a few more upkeeping things. Nothing too big, just a 3-step sequence. Nothing incredible right now. They're basically trying to keep what's his name? Grumph? Nori's cousin from doing shenanigans, because Lulth is possibly taking control of him in that like other realm, the Abyss. So this is truly going to be the same thing, more or less, as the previous week. We do know that the boon is going to be unlocked. Just kidding. This is the 5th milestone, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, never mind. The boon is the 6th milestone. So we're not sure if there's anything that will unlock in terms of completion stuff and not story related. Perhaps there might be a new item in the campaign store, so we'll have to remind ourselves to take a look at that. And yeah, let's just dive right in. Relist all the stuff we carried over, except heroic encounters, because as much as I like to listen to calls and whatnot, that's purely optional. Thankfully, that's wonderful, because it's a choice you can do. You could sit there and look for the community to call out HEs. That might be a thing you like. You also get a roll on whatever HE drops, which is usually some pants that you're looking for. I had to take a guess. We're gonna do generally what we have done in the last couple of weeks, or last 3 or so weeks, which is use our Sentinel on Barbarian to do most of the stuff, because I use Tricky Reversal on the Abyssal Hunts, and it is a death sentence for Blade Master. Alright, we pick up right, we can confront Grumph, because that's the new weekly from a week, 2 weeks ago, technically. And then the Abyssal Tears. Let's see if we can line some of this stuff up. We're not doing the heroics by default, so we're gonna turn in and migrate 20, which are Zek and Nori. Oh, we did finish the, yeah, we did a queue last week. That's just some gold or silver and gold. Okay, so we float 1 daily. And Verice is locked behind the 5th milestone, which we'll reach today, but we won't do it until next week. So let's start with our usual routine. We head south first. I think we can save a few seconds by just what the okay. We can save a few seconds by TPing back down to the entrance, but you know, we're already down here. So we hit bottom left. What do we have? We have artifacts and captured dudes. That's interesting. Didn't really take him out. Okay. So prisoners are next to artifacts. Artifacts are non-redundant. Prisoners are redundant. So technically you can instance swap. Look at the same locations. So this is a nice pair up. That's usually the story of this module. Very nice pair ups. Structure flows very well in a circuit manner. Circuiting is quite habit forming, which gives you that that satisfaction when it comes to pathing. What is keeping me in combat? Okay. And then while we're here, we do our abyssal tears at the same time. Quick swap. Actually, yes. All right. No patch, like mechanical patch, so I don't expect to test if Bandicore's Bane changed with Tricky Reversal and or the Sentinel. It's generally, I think now, the unintended interaction, in my opinion, is that Tricky Reversal creates a damage source, and that damage source somehow is a valid enemy target. So that's what causes the Manticore's Bane in this situation. I could test that theory too by investing Astro Diamonds and on my other tank, and then deliberately doing that, but it's not a game breaker. So, and I'm aware this has happened before with on-hit stuff. When a source of attack comes from like somewhere else that's not attached to the enemy, it can trigger those things, but it doesn't display that it triggered. At least that's my highest suspicions. As the Manticore's main bite works on the other two tanks, which don't run Tricky Reversal on Abyssal in Abyssal Tear. Spot back. Oh wait, am I incorrect? Oh no, I'm not incorrect. For a moment there I thought the artifacts are redundant. They aren't redundant, they're unique. So I can't oh no, that's sorry. Yeah, so you can't re-interact with an artifact. That's what I mean by they're not redundant. They have fixed locations and they're unique. While the mages, as you can see, I rescued one from the same exact position, because they are redundant. Kind of hitbox blocking. That little guy was a little too girthy. Just a wee bit girthy. Yeah, all this is part of the pathing circuit, so you have to go in this direction for the abyssal tears. And for the interest of time, we'll just do the 4 that's required as opposed to the whole route. Alright, and then we enter this tear. Caching hang-up. I call this a cache hang-up, but I'm not entirely sure if that's how the game, why it hangs up. Generally, this things like this is like a shader cache kind of thing. So if you haven't load a particular instance for too long and maybe it timed out, they rebuild the shader slash cache, however you want to think about it. So it hangs up every once in a while if you haven't entered a zone. So it's probably a zone we haven't had for a while, yeah. I use Tricky Reversal on a Sentinel because it's self-sufficient. No excess use of consumables or anything. It doesn't really change the pace of these things. I would get Tricky Reversal on the other ones just to keep stacking reagents. 1 out of 3, you get a reagent that is somewhat still in demand because of Mastercraft. The steel. So it's just an extra thing on the side that if you're a daily person like me who just occasionally hops in every once in a while, it's like, oh, you know, I want to move my hands a little. Maybe find a random group that requires a fill. Running through the abyssal hunts is fairly therapeutic. So I generally only do it on 1 because they cool down relatively. Like, I'm not a guy that's gonna sit there and do it on all 3 characters every opportunity I have. Too much diminished return for myself. Okay, we swap up again. Companion swap, and off we go. I'm not sure we're gonna get the activities thing. We might actually have to do the heroic encounters this time, because activity credit is it's far lower than usual. So it's probably swapping migrating activity and heroic encounter. So we'll turn 1 of these things in. Nori usually has the southern the southern half. So that gives us 25. So we're sitting at 25 right now. And then we finish 3 weeklies while we finish the dailies that's on top to migrate the 3 dailies. Right now we're headed to the 3rd abyssal tear. I'm actually breaking my circuit. I usually go to the top left or like the mid left. And I didn't plan properly to I double swapped. Should have spotted the tear and then see if I had to change or not before the next questing zone. Next questing task. Just giving you an idea of what goes through my head most of the time when I do these things. It's not too dissimilar from pretty much anything I do. Tasks. I tend to keep it in my head though, but you know. it is quite a skill to be able to express it orally. And low rolled 3 times now on the material. Pairs, one thing, a little nuance to note. Pairs are often placed in a zone of their own. That's wonderful. It's wonderful when access points are, like portals and access points are placed in isolation from mobs. It creates that little, when you're zoning, there's this tendency or very likely tendency to want to sit there and look at stuff. So having something that manages to aggro on zoning is kind of can be a negative source of reinforcement. So that's excellent that the tears are kept exclusive. And then now we rescue peeps. And I'm not sure what the other one is. Let's see, rescue. Quest list is not big enough. Not long enough for display. Is it the conduit? No. Special delivery. I don't know what the list for special delivery is. Oh. Artifacts. The parts to collect for the proto engine. Yeah, so we went with our typical circuit. It would line up. That's okay. We're heading that direction anyways for the final tear. Either way it works. Just this is out of the ordinary. How is all of this happening, dude? Man, I had no idea you can be swarmed like this. They just they just don't stop spawning. Not that we're ever at risk. What happens when you primarily play as a as a sentinel. Triple your task. Healing, defense, and offense at the same time. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, buddy? Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. Oh, you little butthead. He kept me in combat. Freaking fighter. Oh, there are 6 here, so why did I might be thinking of something else. I really thought there was less than 6. Yep, this guy's a butthead. Yeah, what a butthead. Good for you, butthead. Actually, I'm over here. Can confirm that guy's a dreadnought. Oh, hey, look. Hey, butthead. What you looking for? Usually the dailies, like the repeatable dailies, have a high frequency of overlapping. But I don't know if these guys are unique either. So the artifacts are unique. You just lose a couple seconds when a butthead comes by and does that to occupy the item, but that's just a limitation of coding at this point. However, rescuing those peeps, like injured mages, I'm not sure if the rescuing those peeps are unique or not. Like instant player unique in this case. So that person could effectively walk up, interact with it without being in combat, and then I would have to go and clear something else. Pretty sure that one is not player unique. If you have enough time, like if the ping is good, 2 players can sometimes interact with characters. So you're like rescuing something, or it's a character and not an object. A lot of times you can get double credit. Objects tend to like yell at you, so they avoid when it comes to programming it. If you can interact due to latency, what it does is it's gonna throw back a error message for the person who interact with it last. But usually now they do a design where it just becomes uninteractable for temporarily until the transaction is complete, like the action. From either player, whoever's first. Just a little bit of design limitations, I suppose. There are instances where the object was made to only appear to the player that requires it, as opposed to, and then that becomes exclusive to the player, which is what I mean by player unique. There's interaction unique, which can be player unique or not. And those are things that could save you probably quite a bit of time if you know, because you can switch instances in advance if you know that a location is dominated by non-uniques. Because it takes 2 minutes after you zone in. Wow, 4 low rolls. Feels bad, man. It's 33%, I imagine. So we did that. Now we TP to Grumph. Up it up quickly. Just put ourselves in combat so we have movement speed. And then as a sentinel, you're always charging. So you just get a charge to the next one, get to point. Get to the point. Hope everyone swarms you so that you take the most amount of damage before your Blood Fury. I'm good to go. It's usually the things like that I disagree with by design in general. Being able to get popped up while in Unstoppable is a legacy that is often incredibly negative. Yeah, it's called Primal Fury, but the thing I'm talking about when I say Blood Fury is it's the final feat, the name of the final feat. Yeah. That type of legacy is pretty meh. It's a low point in any tank. Well, not except Vanguard. Vanguard tends to... Oh, I forgot to interact with the engine. This happens so many times. Just keep one alive. They get 20% movement speed. And now we're out of combat. Yes, yes, yes. You buttheads. We ran too far from the enemies. Too far. Yeah, Sentinels, when it says it negates most CCs, Sentinels have the worst. As in the worst, as in it has the fewest immunities. Versus Divine Champion and Diggin. I imagine it's a way to compensate for, like, I don't know, competitive. You know, competitive tanking. It's not, I'm joking about competitive tanking because support roles are non-competitive roles. You're not competing with anyone really. And having them have varying degrees of tanking utility is it's certainly a design choice. It's one of the few things you can equivocate incredibly quickly by just normalizing them and applying the same CC immunity to all the tanks. that would be a I want to say it's minor quality of life change, but I don't think it's minor. Anything that boosts the utility of a tank makes the game stabilize with the required rolls. 9 out of 10 times the last roll is a tank. It's not even a healer anymore. It used to be a fairly close competition, I suppose. Shortage between healers and tanks. But since you have such heavy tank focus requirements and have like scaling stuff that makes it so that tanks require gear gated stuff, the thing you can't gear out of is just the complete lack of CC immunity. Like no utility to prevent CC that ultimately is gated by gear if you can't prevent the CC. Just to demonstrate how just to give you an idea of how much that has scaled, people offer, in order to get someone to tank for you, a lot of times you hear comments like, we offer the tank scrolls to get them to tank, because obligated CCs, it's not a input negotiable. You can't train excellent input to negate CCs. 2 out of 3 tanks. And then, you know, where the Vanguard has CC immunity for their tab, they do not have movement during that. So they get bopped by just the limitation of the tank, not the limitation of the player. Overall, tanks are expected to die. If they're not, the tanks that are willing to do a lot of the stuff, they're looking for something that's gear gated, and it's a thing they're doing that's gear gated, so they're expected to take a dive every time, and diving becomes normalized for the tank player, to the point where other roles would pay or offset the tank's dives. Alright, we're doing the heroic encounter because the activity only reached 53%. So now we're gonna activate social tab, and hopefully I don't encounter or read any form of toxicity that I'm gonna have to comment on. Oh, I'm already in this instance. Cool. Neato. It's very low priority for me, even though I primarily tank. The gear gated stuff is pretty more for a sense of pride than anything nowadays. Like, am I gonna bootstrap Masters, Demons, Webs, Pit, and Temple of the Spider? Probably not. It conflicts with the game's it conflicts with the type of player that keeps Neverwinter going, in my opinion. Especially when you offer competitive gear gating for roles that are non-competitive. They're not the same. Support roles are a non-competitive role, while pain giving are competitive roles. So if you want, in my opinion, if you want individuals to have more opportunities to play indirectly competitive for aptitude, the rate limiting step is, can you even do that? Are you able to do that? Well, support roles, which are non-competitive, are the enablers. The ticket to having, I don't know, friendly performance competitions for pain giving, because there are multiple players in those roles, you need a ticket first. A ticket is you need a tank and a healer. But instead, you know, gating the gear means you limit the pool of people willing to be more or less referees for the part that the vast majority of player finds, I suppose, more entertaining. Hot take. Support role gear should, in my opinion, be campaign gated. And then the privilege is to complete it with that non-gated gear to get the gated gear, which is the competitive role. The performance dependent DPS role. It would be less support roles would be less non-competitive if there was actually a supply or like a supply of them, but they aren't. It's just scarcity. You don't compete with scarcity. Can't have competition when you don't even have enough supply. Okay, that's one down. Someone has to interact with that. Alright, let's look for the next call. I think we have to do 3 of these, right? Yes, 3 of these. Since healers and tanks are a non-competitive role, there aren't really hot takes either. What I said was fairly neutral. It sounds like I'm trying to favor attention to them, but it's not like it affects where most people have conflicts of interest. No one's flocking to be support role in general. Usually the support role gets neutral or deficiency. Neutral or deficiency. It's rarely ever above. Occasionally you still experience that, like, oh my gosh, you're above and beyond the average, but it's neutral and you can only underperform, because generally most of the things that are required to outfit a support role is rate limited by someone wanting to accept you or not. And you can't do that without being gear gated by completion. So rarely do support role players Chaos? Oh, they're at Chaos. 16 is full. My hot take on making my slightly deep cut on making support role gear campaign gated instead of dungeon gated is largely then even experienced players would be more likely to use that support role gated gear to participate in that role in order to gain access to the competitive gear, which is gear gated by dungeons. So you have this feedback loop. People who are willing to formally just fill the DPS role and continue to specialize in DPS and become less and less empathetic to the people they use and discard the support roles that do not have positive reinforcement in any way. No incentive other than being used and chewed out when they underperform. There's no range. It's just neutral, negative, neutral, negative. Pain givers have the full range of experiences. Oh no, this is a train call. Yeah, I just went to a train. You know what? No. It's only down here. I could grab that. Take me a while to get down there though. It's the one in here, I think. Wait. Oh no, it's the one down here. Of course, stay in combat for 8 billion years. Is it really down here? I haven't done this. Yep, and that is why you do not follow train calls. Just basically now I'm just running to the proto engine as per usual. As much as train calls are for the train, definitely do not read it if you're not on the train yet. It's usually comes right after they're about to complete it, or they've like in the middle of it. There's still players who volunteer in a support role, but that's only after they gain access to the gear gated stuff on their DPS. And one of the solutions, or quote unquote ways to obligate a support play in this design, which I kind of disagree with quite a lot, is to make that not possible for exclusive pain giving roles. So like say a wizard can't run through the dungeon as a pain giver to transfer the gear to a support role, right? And that's fair, I suppose. That's one way to try to unlock a pain giver, but for the record, in practice, what happens is it obligates the pain giver to selectively behave in a way that discriminates against support players, because support players have to unequivocally complete the task as a hybrid or a dedicated support, in this case the paladin, right? And have to undergo that neutral and net negative feedback to get that. So inherently you're going to have a shortage of support players, because instead of now saying, oh, I'll volunteer because I already have it through other means, I have to be so far ahead that I'm willing to make it worth my while to assume a supported role, a support role. And thus you get a shortage of people who are interested in, who are more or less not interested in half the classes, half the Paragon mix that you have. And then you just obviously have PE talking about underperforming support roles, because the only individuals that would want to go through that task tends to be those who are innocently enthusiastic about the game, and not the ones that have become jaded from the abuse or expect the expectation of being abused, verbally abused most of the time. Even in an active like guild or alliance, the first comment that comes out is often, we train tanks or healers. So instead of that person who is experienced, they can generally offer training for that role because they aren't support players. But that is an act of kindness, but at the same time, it generally ends up leading to abuse, where you have players who, out of the goodness of their privilege, offer help, but in a manner that is only exclusive to what they do best, which is pain giving. And they continue to pain give while training, as opposed to training as a support player because they can already pain give. Some of the deep cuts of psychology, I suppose, in the way the game is designed right now. Just some narratives to the declining number of support players in the game. From a support player perspective, I suppose. Yeah, the whole account bound stuff, or like character bound stuff. In the end, in practice, pain givers still get whatever, still has the most accessibility to having them character bound for dungeon passes, and support players just get cut out even more than that. The typical mentality is that it is not possible, it is not the credit of a support player that loot is obtained, it is the credit of a pain giver. And support players that need opportunities, it's inferred that they owe that privilege to pain givers. So support players are most definitely second-class citizens, right? What do you do then? Pragmatically speaking, become a pain giver. That's what, I mean, that's a good default. If you have all the tools available to you, how do you get what they got? Do what they did. Become a pain giver. Eventually, you run out of tickets. So then when you bleed out all the support players and you still continue to design dungeons that lean heavily on support, you already have a system that is bleeding support players, and you want to continue to make dungeons that require support players. That's a recipe for disaster. It's not sustainable. Case in point, someone just said, "Oh, this week's our reward? Why? Great. Newsflash, I'm not a tank." In all caps. Yep. Personally, psychologically, I don't think it's the players intention to be toxic or apathetic. It's because of the design in general. The need or want to be in a tank role is incredible. It's a negative experience in general. Like if you take 10 people, 7 to 8 of the people would experience a negative experience, and it's out of pride and righteous indignation that you would find people who continue to tank regardless of the net negative experience. Pride. However, because the way rewards are designed, pride doesn't lead to something that demonstrates pride. So you don't have many things that allows support players to want to do it anyways, to counteract the abuse that they tend to encounter. I wouldn't say like it's a incredibly crippling type of abuse. It's still abuse nonetheless. Being neglected is still abuse. Like right now, there's basically a conversation in what I would say among incredibly sufficient and competent players who've more or less completed their gear gated content, talking about how it's absolutely pointless to be giving out support role things. And here I am saying the exact opposite, because if you lose all your support players, it's gonna be eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's gonna draw the short straw to play the support role? Actually rhymed. Huh. Alright, anyways. Yeah. Good luck, I suppose. A lot of times, I guess, I get to choose whether I decide to do it or not. I usually pass. It goes back to my little dissection of psychology about sampling bias. Since there's a gigantic sampling bias due to how the design is to create equal treatment, right? You gotta, I don't know. Your assumptions right now, you know, the design assumption is that being a support player, getting gear as a support player, doing things as a support player, and what is rewarding to a support player is the same as a pain giver. That is the assumption. So to make it fair, you design accessibility in the same way. But is that true? It's often not true, because the tasks are different. So your sampling, your initial assumptions and sampling of people is misguided, in my opinion. And that doesn't work. Obviously, the design ends up not working if you do not understand the target audience that you're trying to encourage. Yeah, so they're talking about this, more or less. Oh wait, this is the 6th milestone. What? Requires completion of the 6th milestone? Am I reading this incorrectly? Requires completion of the 6th milestone of Demonweb, but this is the 5th milestone. Unless these ticks don't mean the same thing, and they mean the 6th week, which is what I thought I was mistakenly interpreting. I've been considering each week as a milestone, but really there are double weeks where there are no milestones. Okay, I mean, I'll take it. It's something. And I'll take these because I'm a tank. So it's non-negotiable. I love this. This is fantastic. More of this, usually. I think a support gear should be the roles that are under demand, that are rate limiting, is often incredibly encouraging to have as a way to enable people to progress. Because if you lose the rate limiting resource, the vast majority of people won't even have access or want to have access to most of the content you spend your time, like the developers spend their time making. For example, Temple of the Spider was an incredible dud, in my opinion. The vast majority of players could care less, even to the point where the standard one is often just bypassed because it's just gated completely. And gated in a sense that I don't want to do that. I did it once. I don't want to do that second boss. I don't. It's increasingly placed demands on a singular role that has no redundancy. And the team doesn't lose in these dungeons. The support players lose. When a run fails, it is rarely ever blamed on redundancy, because there are 3 players and they can argue about who was underperforming. Generally speaking, they can make a case for themselves. But when a run ends, there are only 2 points of failure. That is intuitively and misconceived as a point of failure. It's either the tank or the healer. So if you're gonna make a module, which this is kind of retrospective, if you're gonna make a module where one of the biggest assets in Temple of the Spider is to lock the gear behind, to lock the support players behind the completion of this. You're just gonna bleed support players. In fact, how it's working out now is this is an improvement, in my opinion, a great step in a direction that promotes. So this type of thing allows a lot of the support players to retroactively compensate for having to overperform in order to have an opportunity to enjoy something or to want to complete something. And despite all the friction that I'm reading in my the Alliance chat right now about this being a support item as opposed to a DPS item, it's greed more than anything. It's 3 players who have already received gear that supersedes all this gear. They already have all these gear. That supersedes what this is offering. That's the type of environment support players play in. You're second-class citizens, right? You're a minority player. So if you're a minority, it's not relevant to you. Like, why can't I get better, even better DPS gear? Well, you already have. You already have these things that are... A lot of these things are accessible to you because you're a paying giver. I don't know how... I have a few ways that you can potentially circumvent that. Incentivizing support roles is ripping off the band-aid. In my opinion. The Alliance chat just says, yeah, you're right. It's useless. Like, yeah, because there are no support players in the Alliance that actively want to say anything. Or they just don't exist. Let's see what these are, though. I still have to buy the artifact, right? Which makes it... Oh, if I had to guess... The artifact's in the campaign store. The Realm Engine core is probably in the campaign store. No? Oh, yeah, here it is. Which is good. Because, I love this thing. This thing's fantastic. I think this is one of the most highlight. They think this is a tank item, but it's a DPS item. Like, what I mean is, if you have a tank that runs this, your DPS goes up. I mean, provided you actually have a tank that wants to do it in the first place. And it's, for me, this item's really good. I like these things because it's a 6 second 5%, and then some people, if they are melee, especially melee, you're always gonna get these buff from an effective tank 66% of the time. I can keep this up 66%, and there's no conflict of interest because DPS aren't gonna run this, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Does not stack with other runes of the Underdark, because there aren't gonna be too many non-selfish pain givers who worry about their own performance. That's great. I'm glad this is here. This is what I wanted. This is something that's great. The downside here running this is that you don't gain any defensive things. Like, the rune doesn't provide any defensive increase, so you're still gonna get bopped. It's ironically wonderful for a tank, but at the same time, the tank is always playing the support role. They're always sacrificing their convenience in order to provide more arrogance, in my opinion, to pain givers. I'm still running this, but I have to keep in mind that I lose a defensive mod for this. I would make some melee pain givers quite happy. This is a good one. I like this. It's a win. It's a win for support players. This says it does not stack, but if you have a healer, right? If you have a healer and a tank, run this. Tanks are obligatorily a melee support, and healers are obligatorily range support. So both healers and tanks can run this, and they would have 2 zones. So in case they have like 2 range DPS and 1 melee DPS, this will apply to both. So it is inherently a support thing. And then 8 out of, I'm gonna say 9 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times, the complaint is that it comes from 9 non-support players who complain about how this is a useless item. When I think this is available, so my critique, this addresses that critique. I didn't know this was going to happen, by the way. So this is great that something that is support oriented is campaign gated. And with this, I would say it's almost a given that either a healer or tank or both are going to run this set, provided that they didn't get gear checked hard enough and die too quickly. Most tanks that are going to use this are likely not gear checked. Tanks that want to use this to try to get the gear check are going to fail. So they're gonna default back to like something like the tentacles, right? The tentacle artifact, I suppose. I don't even know how you get the tentacle artifact because I purchased this. Oh, right. I forgot. It comes from Temple of the Spider. Master's Temple of the Spider, that's right. So I purchased this because I wasn't going to bootstrap through it. I was going to sit there and even for myself, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is incredibly abusive, even to a player that wouldn't mind knowing that like they don't know what they're talking about, kind of thing, or they like, I've already done this. It's like, great. Even if a tank says I've already done this, it doesn't make it any less abusive, because generally you're going to be the one that's going to be verbally abused. Can't understand this toxic relationship without actually doing it long enough. But it's great. 10 out of 10 actually. I think this week is above average just because of this. That's really good. So while I'm spouting maybe some unfortunate bittersweet moment, this is fantastic. While I'm just like sitting here seeing my alliance chat, the alliance chat blow up with negativity regarding this, because it only helps like 10% of players to be more attractive to the team. You are a better support player if you make more sacrifices for pain giving. You are a selfish support player if you try to make sure that you don't die. Or you have a better experience. And this is good. It doesn't make the experience any better, generally speaking. Actually, what's the critical and awareness? Critical avoidance? Dex? Yeah, this is... Yeah, strength and con. So 6 dex, it comes off as a offensive item, but I think it is more suited for a support role. No one's gonna give up this for the alternatives. No one's gonna give up the alternatives for this. That isn't a support. Alright, just a little evaluation, and then... Yeah, so this is a win, in my opinion. It actually coincidentally addresses one of my concerns about gear gating, which is great because this module has been incredible in general. Still a win. I don't know what this does, but I'm guessing Demonweb Advanced. Oh, this is the one that keeps use more often. Is this Demonweb Masters? No. Oh, actually, campaign store. I guess this is a later milestone. And then the others are gated. Okay. So we did the 100, obviously. And then this unlocks Virice's thing, which we push till next week. So now we're going to change and do the other 2 tunes. So we're on our paladin. We're probably gonna have to do heroic encounters again because I don't see activity up. So we turn these in. It looks like they're lined up. The pool so far. Bend the knee. Oh no. Okay. Now we only have 1 south, or we're still gonna go to the south. Putting defensive stats onto an aura and making aura almost entirely support based may be a potential route to creating high value demands for support. However, that would make sampling comes into play here. You want to be able to know if there are any players left willing to take that role psychologically. In general, pain givers would not look at aura dependent things as a form of self-servicing satisfaction. That's communal. Communal powers like auras tend to be disfavorable. You just have to get into the mindset of a pain giver. That's competition. Accolades come from being competitively competent in this case, their competency is measured often by their performance metrics. This is where, since it's a live service game, right? Sustainability comes from understanding that it's not all the same. People who want to be tanks have different needs from people who wants to be healers and people who wants to be pain givers. And you have a lot of pain givers because the system typically enriches for pain givers. Support players inevitably end up becoming pain givers to get at least all the stuff they can in order to even do support roles. And I would do the same if it's possible. And then paladins are gated by the most because pain givers who can make gear, especially mastercraft, would likely sell paladin gear at cheap because paladins do not have the option. There's no alternative route. You are obligatorily a support player. So my paladin is probably the one that sports generally the oldest gear. I don't want to go through the double the abuse. Yeah, last week's run, you can probably see it for yourself. Last week's run, when clearly the DPS, one of the pain givers didn't understand what the other two pain givers wanted to do. The first remark that came out of their mouth is, "Pull it closer, tank," while I'm standing there just waiting for this guy to stop CCing the mob. And then because that mob went so long, people started dying, and that person literally just said, "Why healer no make heals?" Like, well, I don't know about you, but perhaps you should work on your communication so that your fellow pain giver, who somehow is free of being incompetent, becomes competent. How pain givers behave is a team effort. Ironically, I'm saying that because pain givers actually have to communicate, but they don't ever practice their communication skills. Healers and tanks are alone. If you try to communicate to them, rarely, and it's like a self-feeding thing, rarely do they believe the words of a pain giver. Rarely. There aren't two tanks or two healers in a team. There's one healer and one tank. Occasionally, even tanks and healers could talk to each other, but most of the time, instead of helping each other, they typically point the finger at each other. It's like, well, no one knows what it's like to be a tank. Maybe I should just blame the tank. And then no one knows what it likes to be a healer. Maybe I should go blame the healer. There's a power difference. There's always, as long as the structure's the same, the minority loses in any argument of performance. It's easier to abuse the minority because it doesn't have representation. another like interesting psychology that involves I call these asymmetrical groups. So when you have a party consists of an asymmetrical group, generally you want to design something that supports asymmetry. So instead of treating everyone equal, it's not equal. That's just it. Like you think one tank is equal to 3 pain givers, and one healer is equal to 3 pain givers. That's not equal representation. That's literally unequal representation. And then you design a game to try to please everyone fairly. I don't have to be a statistician to know that 1, 1, and 3 is not equal. So to compensate and to reward things, you have to be aware how to embrace and address. I mean, if you care, obviously. Like, if one isn't concerned with the minority, that's fair, actually. If you want to conserve resources and cater to the majority, that's incredibly pragmatic. And it would be a very, very, honestly, objective way of going about it. Because you would be securing 60%, right? If the makeup is represented by 311, as long as you satisfy the 3, you have a majority satisfaction. Which is what the system is, in my opinion. It's incredibly pragmatic. Which is a great way to go about it if you're cutting costs. As long as you pacify and satisfy 3, the role that accounts for the majority, it's sufficient. For as long as the minority still exists. Because once the minority disappears, then you just have 3 out of 3. And now you're gonna spend most of your time trying to satisfy the difference between the 3 pain givers. The rest of the 60%. The 60% then becomes the 100%. Because you won't have support players anymore. It works to my advantage, I suppose. I'm more of a person who sees that if there's a supply issue, I will apply it just out of fun. If it was in the real world, I suppose, like quote unquote real world, if it had stakes for me, I would charge something for the service. So if I was a businessman, if there's a demand and I can supply that, I will most definitely charge a premium for the service. But since this is a video game, right? Since this is a video game, the option is to just not play the video game and play something that a developer has better understanding of asymmetry. And that's kind of one of the sore spots about Neverwinter right now. Obviously that's not coming from me since I actually play the thing that's in demand. But you sit there long enough, someone's gonna complain about where are all the tanks and healers at. What's even more disheartening is that not only does it is a complaint about supply, those individuals would normalize saying how it's incredibly easy to do it. Why doesn't anyone do it? Because it's a free lunch, because I'm offering that free lunch. So you just get a bunch of, the majority just devalues the role that a support player plays. Normalize it okay to abuse them even when they're not there. And then elevate themselves as they're the reason they're doing the favor for the support player. And it's not the same in the reverse. Like, this is not a every fair and games kind of thing. Like, everything's the same kind of, everyone's on equal footing. If you're a support player, you're just not on equal footing. The game is designed to be fair by assuming everyone's the same. But that's sampling bias. If your assumption is erroneous, everything you design is largely erroneous. It could exacerbate the problem. So for a negative, which is what I like about this week, making tank gear and healer gear part of campaign clearing will knock down the privilege. The pain givers are just gonna have to give that up, right? Normalize that, and it will elevate support players, while the pain givers get a harsh, in my opinion, get a reality check in having too much privilege, having too much things for granted, I suppose. It still doesn't stop them from overperforming and getting the gear. That's through, they get the vast majority of their pride and egos satisfied by getting the gear that's at the end of a dungeon, for sure. Because by default, they're proactively doing it. It's actually a misconception, but you know, they're the reasons why parties succeed. So that little slight inconvenience for realizing that the reward is for support players doesn't really change the end process. They still get the gear at the end of a dungeon. What is warped is creating this facade of superiority. If you're always right because most people are like you, that doesn't make it always right. That's incompetence. If everyone agreed with me, obviously it's true. If everyone you know agrees with you, it doesn't make it true. Sampling bias. These rescue guys are somewhat... So the west side has more pieces, but the east side has more dudes. Or more easily accessible dudes. Yeah. I'm gonna take out this, yeah, it lines up pretty alright. It allows you to make like a one full loop for it. I haven't run Temple of the Spider with my my paladin. Not happening. Maybe like 1 or 2 modules down the line when you're over geared, so that you circumvent the gear check just to do it. That's usually the route support players go. You wait till you navigate you scale up through the gear check before you try to experience content that has a gear check on you. Things like tank busters, tracking tank busters, mandatory damage checks, those are gear checks. Unless Cryptic is willing to introduce a mechanic that actually circumvents that. It's not an input check. Pain givers have a mix, probably a very rewarding mix of input checking and mechanics check. Mechanics check that deals with maximizing their inputs, not mandatorily gear checked. Pain givers sometimes have gear checks because of universal damage, and Demon's Web Pits does have 1 or 2 gear checks for pain givers, but there are far more points of failure due to gear checking for healers and tanks. Just to clarify what I mean by a gear check, an input check, and a mechanics check is the thing that developers have the most control over, which is the scaling of the mechanics, the complexity of the mechanics, which is what the bosses do, and what the player has to learn typically is the mechanics check. An input check is when a person's inputs are incredibly reliable, and the more reliable, this is what I think most players would refer to as the skill cap. As long as the input check is sufficient, it's great. And then we have so we have mechanics, inputs, and we have gear check and inputs. Oh, sorry, I only covered mechanics. And gear check is when there's a mandatory element. How many mandatory elements there are where you cannot input check to circumvent it. So there are things like tank busters. Tank busters tend to be accommodated with mandatory CC, which cannot be circumvented by tank's inputs. Certain types of universal damage is a healer check, because healers' inputs are not, the approach is very easily understood, and if they just don't have enough scalable gear and stats, regardless of the inputs, which is very easily understood, you cannot surpass it. So healers and tanks by nature have more designed gear checks than input checks. And then mechanics check is largely, again, controlled by the developers. That's why I don't usually talk about mechanics check. But a pain giver, an input check accounts for like 70% of the performance efficiency than a gear check, because they naturally have less gear checking. They are not the source of single failure, and it's distributed. the input check needed is distributed amongst 3, and the gear check is also distributed amongst 3 players. A tank has to pass a gear check in order to be successful by default. You cannot be a tank without passing the first gear check, which is the item level. And it's to the point where this is a meme in Neverwinter, where the vast majority of players are pain givers, so they often diminish the importance of item level because it reflects in the proportion of contribution of the input checks. Input checks accommodate the vast majority of DPS performance. So yes, it checks out really well that pain givers know what they're talking about. Item level is not an accurate enough gauge to measure the nuances of pain giving. Tanks are more like 60-40. It's 60% gear checks. Actually, yeah, when we make it relative to healers, it's about 60-40. So 40% of it's input check. But generally, the point of failure in that 60% is mandatory. As in, a tank buster that deals 300% your damage, it's a gear check. Are you gonna get that gear check? Probably not. You scroll through it. You are expected to die to circumvent the gear check. So if that is the average experience, then you are gear checking without providing any opportunity to succeed yet. You can't bypass, like for example, Master's Demonwebs, the Halster Ball still gear checks even the most geared people prior to this module. And then if they complete the campaign, I highly doubt that they alleviate that gear check. You simply have to take an L for the team. A healer is 70-30. The reason why a healer is 70-30, 70% gear check, is because the gear has to compensate for all the unexpected damage of the other roles. And we're talking about this from not an objective standpoint, more of a subjective standpoint. The psychology is, if a pain giver takes on too much damage, it is a gear check for the healer. It is not an input check, because regardless of what the healer does correctly, if the gear is not scaling sufficiently to provide efficiency of their inputs, which is incredibly restrictive already in this game, it's not a combat MMO for support players, just saying. Right? It's a combat MMO for pain giving. Usually support roles do not scale with mechanics bound by combat, like bound by offensive gaming, right? So they are just completely gear checked most of the time, far more than a tank. However, what's even worse in this situation is that usually the point of failure in a dungeon is mandatory for a tank. It is optional for a healer because there are abilities to offset the gear check, as in like healing items and scrolls. And so a tank, often the point of failure, you do not get to choose by having good inputs. There are no inputs. Like if your tab, when you're unstoppable as a sentinel and you get webbed down and your rage is diminishing while a soak is on top of you, and the soak lands on you because it took so long before your rage falls, you have no other inputs to stop that from happening. It's mandatory. So what a lot of times tanks expect is they are shifting shift 1 when that happens. And you hope that the pain givers kill the boss before you die. And it's not a gear check, it's not even at that point, it's not a gear check on the healer, because there's nothing the healer can do. They can't heal 200 to 300% damage of the tank's value. That mechanic, tank busting mechanic, is what it is. It's tank busting. In fact, it would be kind of cool to have a modifier that says, I would love this modifier. Here's a fun modifier. A tank is saved from fatal damage if they take more than 100% of their health. And you might be thinking, wait, how does a tank take more than 100% of their health? They have stamina. So they guarded something that would have instantly killed them. They nullify that source. Call it like every 30 seconds. Cryptic is a fan of 30-second cooldowns or 60-second cooldowns. You can make it 30 seconds, 60 seconds. One way, the reason why is this thing actually does exist. It exists in a daily form. So you can take on a feat that prevents you from dying. I don't think... Was there an example? That's pretty sure. Here it is. So Divine Protector, right? Divine Protector no longer... It allows you to prevent... Oh. Never mind. I forgot. This was changed. Was this changed? Yeah. Never mind. Justicar doesn't have it anymore. Justicar used to have a thing where it prevents you from taking lethal damage. And the cooldown was 3 minutes. The cooldown was 3 minutes. If you take the boss, right? All the bosses in the dungeons when they release, the average occurrence of a tank buster is within a minute, if not less. I'm gonna say the average is like 30 seconds. So you place a cooldown for a input that rewards tanks from, like, that is an input reward for tanks. And you placed it obligatorily so that in a way that the tanks won't use it, because it's easier to take the L and make a and just res on the spot, then allocate whatever tools they have to getting that one save. I tried it a couple times back when they started going down this path of emphasizing tank busters, and that's I would say started with Hallister, and now they brought it back, right? Hallister with Grumph, he has a Hallister ball. That's when it started going down the path of bleeding support players. You introduce a constant tank mechanic that has no input check at all. You can't do anything about it. It's a gear check. For every gear check a tank has, a pain giver has an input check. For every gear check a healer has, a pain giver has a input check. So now you have the vast majority of your community promoting feedback and design choices that represents a good majority, like the majority of the players. So that feedback is accurate, because if you design choices and stuff that caters to the majority of your player base, your game will be 70 plus. It's going to be more than 70% of 60 to 70% of your player base. So it makes your game really happy in general, like happy enough, the majority. However, everything I say is still accurate too, because that's happening at the same time. The idea to raise this awareness is that maybe you don't have to change anything, but you could change the attitude of the game. Heck, I play a game that is all DPS, so like everyone's responsible for DPS and everyone's responsible for staying alive. There aren't supports. The most loosest support requirement is a DPS move. So like auras and all the like synergistic stuff, that's support. So if you're aggressively good at what you're doing, you produce auras that make everyone else and your sub incredibly good too. But that's not this game. Neverwinter still has asymmetry. So in my opinion, if it wasn't made clear to people who play this game, it is not a fair game. That's the idea. It has so what one of the dissonance that I have a lot of times with people who complain or make critical, like constructive criticism, is they constantly say it needs to be balanced. The game needs to be balanced. It's like, you're a person who only plays a part of the game. What are you balancing to? The game is inherently not balanced. The tank has a role that the other 4 players do not do. The healer has a role that the other 4 players do not do. There is no balance for them. You don't balance them in a party setting. The pain givers are talking about balancing between the 3 pain givers. It's like, sure, absolutely. They go about your business balancing the DPS. That's great. Is that a priority? I have no idea, but I can tell you it'll make the majority of your player base happy when you start tweaking and balancing the pain givers, but all the minority players, they'll just continue to choose a different game. Except for, the prideful people or the ones that are incredibly strong and thick-skinned or whatever is necessary to constantly be feeling okay and enjoy being second-class citizens. I'm one of them, I suppose. I don't know if that's something to be prideful about, but I generally get most of my stuff as a pain giver, so there's no sugarcoating it. If I have to do like a master's dungeon and someone said like, oh, first boss farm, I prefer to be a pain giver. And it's not because I prefer to play a pain giver. I prefer not to get verbally abused. That's the only, that's the biggest thing. I don't want to deal, in my opinion, with that too often. I still do it voluntarily every once in a while. Like, I do it for posterity. It's like, I wonder how it is. I'll queue in, see what happens. And sure enough, like, I'm gonna say 60% of the time, it's not even, it's kind of like a coin flip, but it's slightly skewed towards negative. The first complaint is going to be directed towards either the tank or the healer. And I say tank or healer because if I'm tanking, I'm relying on the healer. If I'm healing, I'm relying on the tank. there isn't ever a thing that says says very few pain givers is that I owe the success to a support player. I would say anyone who's pain gived enough in this game, probably it's a really open secret. Like where the first thought you have is like, oh yeah, I did all the damages. And they shouldn't feel guilty about that, honestly. They probably did a lot of damage and felt really proud of it. It's a shame that the party can't feel proud of. It's not mutual. The feeling is not mutual. After you complete a master's dungeon, right? The odds are the healer and the tank would be like, that's enough for today. And then the pain giver is like, oh yeah, I did so well. Let's go again. Like, nah, one's enough for me today. In the game that I'm usually referring to that has no support role, they're all equal. So like the parties are not asymmetrical. They are completely equal. So no matter how many members you have, like if it's a 30-person raid or a 10-person raid, 3 or even solo, all of them are equal footing. There's no support role. There's no trinity at all. So in order to make it a team-based thing, and especially for dying and rezzing, is they put a limit on the cumulative deaths that can happen. And what does that do? Well, that takes place of the support role. What are the accolades for a support? Less deaths. Preventing deaths. Those are support roles. So in this game, that I usually refer to quite often, the goal is to not die. Because if you die too much, then you're the weakest link. What happens in pain givers here? When they die, it's the support's fault. And yeah, like the memes about like, oh yeah, but it's, if you die, you know, you have very privileged pain givers who are used to success and stuff. They have this meme that offsets it. It's like, if I die, it's because I probably decided to run my face in for fun. It's like, oh, that doesn't address the realistic situation where you're normalizing that it's generally not your fault. You only choose when it's your fault. It's like, no, you don't. Pain givers can cause the death of a tank sometimes when you didn't choose to do so. Being abusive is first. Talk a healer down by telling them they can't do anything correctly, or telling them they're not doing the one thing that they spend most of their time doing. You'll increase the failure rate even without having to play the game. Meanwhile, if you talk down a pain giver, that's a different mentality. Like 2 pain givers ganging up on 1 pain giver. You could light a fire under their butt and then they would perform better. Who knows? Just saying that if you put down a support player, there's no one helping that support player. It's not a team effort when you attack a support player. It's actually bullying, but there's a deep cut there. To be a very competitive person, you have to be in an environment that has a lot of competition. So bullying flexing and stuff, that's part of the culture of producing very competitive people. You hear a deep cut? No, not really. I'm waiting for calls on heroic encounters. I'm filling in the void. We're just talking about asymmetrical RPG games. We're talking about how sometimes it takes a while for developers to pay attention in a manner that reflects the smaller guys. It's kind of like a business, right? If, say you're gonna make a video game and 70% of your audience wants a specific type of video game, a developer and a good business publisher would choose to make a video game towards that 70% before considering what the other 30% wants. That's this game right now. And what I was talking about was I was talking about the other 30%. And that's usually like support players. So 70% of people like, it's not really 70%, it's like 60, maybe between 60 or 70. They like their damages, they like their competitive, indirect competitive process on performing, but it's at the expense of the 30 to 40% players who are leaving the game progressively, and the developers continue to cater very pragmatically to the majority players, right? However, it will come a time where if they keep designing dungeons and trials that require the minority, you're not going to have the minority anymore. And then what do you do? Right? So the idea is, I was just talking about all the design perspectives that causes support players to leave games. Being fair in a structure that isn't fair to begin with is not logical. That's emotional. If you're in the 70%, it's logical because you're only around the 70%. If your best friend, if you're a pain giver and your best friend is a support player, you will be hyper aware what the other minority is gonna be feeling. They leave. Support players definitely do leave. And then I was comparing it with like PSO2 and GS, where literally there's no support players. Actually, one of the most... It's easier for the developers to balance, actually. And it's easier for the publishers to sell when you sell a game where it is fair. You know, kind of like the Street Fighter 6 thing that you mentioned earlier today. It's fair because everyone has access to the same thing. And that is what's being competed against. It's not fair when you have a party, 3 people do the same thing, and 2 people do different from all the rest of the party. That's not supposed to be fair. It's different, right? Like, you're doing different things. So those people need different things to be allowed to do that. The sad part about these things is that if you're being logical and you're being a business person, you choose the more people. So you mean Destiny 2 raids where 2 people do everything? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, more or less. Like, Destiny is still kind of fair. I mean, it's a little fairer than this, right? Where I mean is, it's not asymmetrical. It's not as asymmetrical as Neverwinter. Neverwinter is the old school stuff where, actually, just to give you a idea, it used to be 1-1-1. Like the Trinity used to be 1-1-1. So it isn't fair still, but everyone had equal representation. So for every pain giver, for every DPS, there's a healer, there's a tank. It's 1-1-1. But at some point, it became 3-1-1. When you have 3-1-1, it's literally not fair. So why? So I'm trying to appeal to people's logic here. Why do you design and balance when literally 3 does not equal 1? So then the game just keeps continuing to do that. They keep lumping the needs of the supporters, like the support players, with the DPS. So what's good for the DPS is good for the support. And to me, I do exactly that. I'm pragmatic, and I use the tools that are presented to me, just like the Street Fighter 6, the whole modern controls versus classic controls. When I need something, I become a pain giver. I become DPS because the system favors the majority, and I know that the majority are pain givers. So when I need something, if I can, I will become a DPS and hope that some really, really rich and flexing, prideful person takes up the support role and then like allow me to get the gear so then I could do the same. It's the rant that I had yesterday about being kind after being successful. If you're not successful yet, you can't support someone because you don't have the resources to sacrifice to support someone at the cost of your success. It's a reflection of real life. People are kind because they have the resources to be kind. If you're a nice person, you end up penniless. Like if you're compulsorily helping people, what do? You end up like support players who are abused in this game. You can't get the thing you want because you never got it in the first place, but you still want to do the things and follow through, so you suffer and neglect and get abused because the system doesn't favor you. It favors the majority. The majority players are pain givers. So you have to pain give before you can support. And that's the story of Neverwinter since 10 years ago. I can finally say even 10 years because it's literally now have been over 10 years. Reminds me of someone who doesn't like magic in his Souls games. Yeah. You can be prideful and make it work. Up to this point, I've tried really, really hard not to rely on pain giving to get gear. But the recent modules, to get those things, you gotta go through pain giving. You gotta learn how to do some deeps before you get the luxury of being a support player. You fund your support with pain giving. It's kind of like the standardized system, right? You have to get a job to fund your dreams. So you gotta go through getting a job first before you can chase after your dreams, if you want that. And like that example, in this game, most people got stuck doing their jobs and not going after their dreams. So when a support player finally realizes that you have to pain give to get gear to support, if they get stuck pain giving to get gear, they forget that they ever wanted to be a support player in the first place. And now you have an entire community who only cares about pain giving. So my question is, when is it when Cryptic decides to make a dungeon that only has DPS checks? It could work. I'm telling you. I would say it keeps increasing. Right now, I would say conservatively, 65% of players are pain-giving personalities. They're DPS personalities. So if you made a dungeon that's entirely DPS check, or a mode that is entirely dependent on how fast you kill something, which they did. They definitely did that in some way, in a clever way. It's like the hunt system and whatnot. You get marks because most people, that will appeal to them. You don't get accolades for punishing someone that doesn't matter in the party. It makes pain giving a problem because you have to find a tank that's willing to like die for you. You have to find a healer that's willing to heal for you and just sits there and heals for you. Remove that, you know, just remove that and only have DPS checks. What kind of game does that look like? Every non-traditional MMO. It's like the most successful non-traditional MMOs don't have supports anymore. You just have DPS checks. You have stay alive checks. That's the closest thing to support. You have stay alive checks. And the only check you have now is how fast you kill something. So games, I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest. When I even watch you guys play, like Destiny 2 or play Honkai Star Rail, that's not an RPG anymore. You don't buff things, you don't debuff things, you don't cleanse. You just need enough DPS to win. Kill them before they kill you. It's a great trend. Personally, it agrees with the vast majority of people. I don't like doing what I'm kind of a hipster, so I don't quite like to do what everyone else is doing. It gets a little dull after a while. So I still choose to just largely play as a tank and a healer in almost every game. And then when I want to be a damage dealer or a speedrunner or what have you, I play a single player game. What that does is I'm always in a non-compete with everyone. I'm too old. I mean, personally, to me, I feel too old to constantly be like in a competitive environment. So when I play these types of games, I play the role that there's no competition because it's a rate limiting step. How do you finish a dungeon? Secure a tank first. How do you complete a dungeon? You need to secure a healer and a tank first. It doesn't matter how good you are, you still have to secure a tank and a healer to complete the dungeon. It's a ticket. It's an entry pass. You require them in order to do it. So that's a non-compete. There's no competition. But the kicker is the people who volunteer, they are the ones to get abused because they're literally a ticket. You are a tool that's required so that you can complete a dungeon. That mentality is incredibly different from what Neverwinter has, what they call high DPS and regular DPS. That's competition. That's reflective of an existing competition. There's HDPS and regular DPS. In fact, it's become a joke that some people say low DPS. So when you type in like looking for group, high DPS needed, or any DPS needed. Like that's a thing because there's a competition, there's a pool. When they look for tanks and healers, it's always going to be a tank or a healer because beggars can't be choosers. You can't find a tank or a healer if you say, which is what happens in the most recent stuff. If you're making a dungeon and your top tier gates tanks and healers, then you have no room to grow as a game. There's no room for growth because all those tanks would be pre-selected. They're already self-selected themselves. Basically, what it would say is experience tank with gear check X, Y, and Z, please. Well, you already have tanks that aren't normal tanks because they don't even have tanks. They're probably a pain giver that has a lot of gear from pain giving, so they're not primary tank players anyway. So what you're looking for in reality when you say these things is looking for some pain giver who already completed the dungeon, have too much gear, and are overgeared, aka sleeper pain giver tank player. A pain giver willing to play a tank, not a tank player that is geared, have played as a tank to be geared and proficient for a dungeon. And in this game, when you get rewarded and get things necessary for tanking, it's the same exact route as a pain giver. You have to learn to deal damage to get gear to tank. There's no alternative route. Like, you gotta know. You gotta do it. So eventually, pain giving is great because it gets you gear. It rewards you as a pain giver. It's consistently, if you had to choose 3 roles, you are more likely to get your reward, the same reward that everyone fights for, as a pain giver. You are more consistently getting that. So because it's consistently more rewarding, more players will eventually land on the idea that I prefer to pain give. Whether you're intellectual enough to process that or not, when you get rewarded for something you do, it inherently favors that remark, like that condition. So if it's constantly more rewarding to be a pain giver, it doesn't just boil down to, oh, are you good at pain giving? Do you prefer pain giving? What are your skills? Maybe you can make a good support player. Humans respond to reward very well. It's habit forming. It's great. That's why live service games work. That's a deep cut for another time that we talk about a lot. Most of your players are pain givers out of the creation of your own system. Your system enriches for pain giving. So the idea is, it would be really interesting if the next mod or 2 mods down the line, they say, all right, we know that tanks and healers are just not popular anymore because of the game we have designed, and it's become very successful. It's taking off because most people are pain givers now. We're just going to design the whole game for pain giving. Like, next module, here's a new system. It's about how fast you clear a dungeon with no healing or tanking. How fast can you clear this dungeon? How fast can you clear this trial? And we're going to introduce a horde mode. How many things you can kill is going to be the reward. All these things are not even my idea because I literally play PSO2 NGS, and they give you every possible permutation of how to be a better damage dealer. And it works really well. Like, people just play that non-stop. Just, oh, I have 14 ways of being a like my own boss. That's great. It's not D&D, obviously. It's not D&D. That's not the spirit of D&D. D&D is creative. It has unique situations. And each party member is a point of failure. But in this game, Neverwinter Online, it's not necessarily D&D because it's an MMORPG. And because of that nature, not all players are a point of failure. Pain givers have less points of failure. Healers have the most point of failure. And tanks, while having fewer points of failure, they have the most obligated checks. So if a tank just doesn't survive a boss's attack, it doesn't matter how good you are. You just don't survive the attack. That's it. What does a pain giver do? Oh, they can dodge. Or they can not have aggro. And then on a rare occasion, they take some damage. What kind of check is that? That's a healer check. So there's less point of failure for pain giving. It's less stressful. It ends up being more rewarding. You have 2 other people to back you up. Actually, at the state of the game now in Neverwinter, you have 1 person. Like, if one pain giver is just so good at input checking, right? You know, having their inputs in, you could moderately wiggle your hand a little and then get carried. And this is the biggest salt on wounds in this digression about this game, is that pain givers can carry healers and tanks. You literally can't. You can't do a thing. It's mind-boggling. It's incredibly how illogical that statement is. That you have 3 distinct roles, and one role has become so dominant that they can literally say and objectively say and claim that they can carry something they can literally not do, which is heal or be defensive. Like, a dodge is a negation. It's not a mitigation. Pain givers literally do not have voluntary mitigation. They have like passive mitigation. Yeah, you have stats and like states that give you passive mitigation, but you don't have active mitigation. You literally can't do that. So when you say you carry something, it also means you're taking the role of it. It's kind of like hoping that a doctor can carry without medicine. Somehow the doctor carried treating someone without pharmaceuticals, the help of people who develop medicine. It's the weirdest thing. It's related. They both work in medicine, I guess, and somehow that makes it so that they're essential. So the team game has now become pain givers versus everyone else, which is crazy. You could embrace it. I don't think Wizard of the Coast would like that though. So let's get back down to earth. The idea that I was spouting about making this a pain-giving game and whatnot and phasing out tanks and healers, that's not in the spirit of D&D. So it would have an IP clash. Because the reason why they keep all this stuff and like healers and tanks and the party system is they still have to obey a lot of rulings, right? A lot of IP things. So you can't just ignore the other mythos of a brand. So I wouldn't think Wizard of the Coast would greenlight removing paladins or changing paladins so that they're an aggressive class. Like, I don't even know what that you would call that, a crusader or something. Like, turn the paladin into a crusader so that they don't heal anymore. They just womp things with divine light or something like that. Something crazy like that. Still talking about Neverwinter though. It's a fun, to me, this is the fun part about playing games, especially games that have problems. I think it's it might be more like a masochist or a sadist thing. You can interpret it that way. But I do like playing games or playing things that can improve. or playing things that have problems, because otherwise there's just nothing to talk about. I don't want to, as much as I would love to like just sit there and always say games are oh yeah, this game does everything perfect. It's like, okay, what do I talk about? What do I solve? And I've already mentioned so long ago that I'm a person that's attracted to problems. I like solving problems. That was why I chose science as a career, and why I went to graduate school to get a PhD. I love solving problems that exist. So why do I like Neverwinter? Because it's a complex problem. Why do I like video games? Because they present problems. So when you constantly play the same game over and over again, or want your game to be the same, that's not for me. It's not intellectually for me. So as long as Cryptic keeps doing just change things and stuff, I will constantly be excited to talk about what some people might think are positive and negative things, but it's actually quite exciting to have positive and negative things. It's constantly keeping someone on their toes to try to understand and whatnot. So I'm not against perfect games, but here's the paradox here. A person like me don't see perfection as a desirable thing. I like to believe that perfection is an unattainable thing. That's why life is worth living. If you live in a utopia, I'd probably die of depression. It's unfortunate, but the aspect of making life worth living is that there's suffering and there is happiness. Like, it's tenuous. A lot of things are completely tenuous. One of the most poetic examples of these things is talking about the theoretical situation when a human being becomes immortal, right? And understanding the human condition, it's not all it cracks out to be when life becomes inconsequential. It might be what you want in the moment, though. That's part of the whole human condition thing. You want something, and then until you have it, it's difficult to know what the consequences are. But we can use other human beings for that. What happens when someone reaches their life goal and they cannot form a new life goal early in life? You spiral into depression. That is without a doubt happens. Every situation that a person becomes overwhelmingly successful ahead of their schedule, like ahead of their lives, and they could not form a new calling, they become listless and struggle with depression. Oh, I need to do the foothills thing, don't I? Yes. And then I need to dump one. Yes, there we go. All this stuff is interesting. I'm not, as much as it might hurt some people's feelings inadvertently, which I hope I didn't tread on a lot of people's pride or ego and whatnot. I personally think it's a great challenge to be successful and then making everyone else successful. So if you are the GOAT, right? If you are the GOAT, say you're the best pain giver in this game, and you're the you do everything right, or you have everything and you're the reason why everything works, then I'll take your word for it. You should be proud of that. Now tell me, how if you make everything work, how do you solve the problem of diminishing tanks and healers? Hey, I believe you. If you're the goat that has all the answers and you do know wrong, help me out here. I think the first thing you want to demonstrate to me is make Neverwinter popular if you do everything right in this game. If you know everything about this game. Personally, I would love to hear I'm absolutely all ears for a solution. I don't have the solution. I'm just talking about what's happening. You love Neverwinter? I do too. I love Neverwinter because there's always something to solve. There's always a problem, even beyond the game. Like, there's controversy, you know, there's disagreements, there are different opinions all the time. And because I know that, there are losers and winners. And that's kind of what makes it interesting. It was a perfect game. Unfortunately, that works against me. It works against me because everything's working well, so I have nothing to contribute. I really have nothing to contribute. If the game is working perfectly and everyone's really happy and all is well and it's the perfect utopia, I won't say anything. I might enjoy it every once in a while, you know, like hop in, it's like, yep, everything's still working. Nice. And then I would move to something that has problems, right? It can't happen because we're gonna have content, right? Developers make problems. So what I mean by make problems, I don't mean for people. I mean new bosses, new content, so that is still a given. So I wouldn't necessarily fall out of love or wanting to play Neverwinter expecting the devs to like close the server tomorrow or something. If they close the server, then inherently you're going to be disinterested because there aren't going to be new problems. But I also talk about the bigger picture stuff, like why people are, I don't know, negative about this, positive about that. That's my primary interest. I wouldn't be playing a multiplayer game if I am not talking about the most complicated task that developers and publishers have, and that's satisfying their population, their community. That's the toughest task. A developer's design of their game, the toughest task is to satisfy their community. And that's the stuff that I talk about most of the time, actually. I mean, I'm reviewing, you know, the stuff they make, like the design and stuff, but it's generally in the context of how people solve the problem. And to me, yes, I can most definitely tell you all the mechanics of, like, I don't know, Loth here. However, I do believe that there are plenty of wonderful people who can tell you that stuff. It's not my brand, I suppose. My brand is, does this design resonate with people? Like, what is the target audience? What's the major makeup of the community as I see it as much as I can, right? Like, it's always a constant shifting. People constantly shift. Things that was once really good might not be good anymore, and that's why I log into Neverwinter. I want to know these things. I want to read people's comments. When I'm saying that the Alliance is basically complaining about the reward, this reward today, it might not be true if it was different, right? Like, that kind of thing. So all this stuff is great to highlight. Sometimes I offer solutions, or maybe like try to say, hey, you know what, this is kind of a good idea. Maybe this happens. You know? That's kind of the... And then we get the bag. And then the boon. And we do it on our third tune. Which is the fighter. My mouse be double clicking more often now? How long have you had the mouse? Real talk. One of my thumb buttons is double actuating every once in a while. It's kind of disappointing considering I didn't have this mouse for that long. All right. We got to fill in this void space because right now a week the only comment I can make is the reward. I think that's the only thing this week. So we can only talk about the artifact set. That is the additional content in week 6. And then we're moving the milestone to week 7 as per usual. Because it doesn't unlock until after 100. Your left click is double clicking, Converse? So let's see. So grab our weeklies, right? We dump our 20 as per usual. We dump our 20. And then we're gonna dump 1 on Nori. And then we gotta do the heroic encounters in 2021. Not a long time. Feels bad, man. It's not a long time for a mouse. It's incomparable. That's interesting. As a whole? Yeah, I agree. As a whole, there aren't many things in the world that are comparable. As a whole, I can jive with that. In terms of the work of art, its story, and the trajectory, Wizard of the Coast. Not necessarily Neverwinter, but it includes Neverwinter. How long have you been playing, Deb? I'm curious how far your comment goes. Because there's a lot of things that got retconned, that got removed and replaced. Especially the story side. I mean, we'll see them repurposed at some point. But those assets are not in the game anymore. I mean, that's fair. It's a little bit incredibly broad stroke when it comes to good versus evil, considering it's a Western RPG staple. So you didn't have any interest in, like, back in Neverwinter spans 10 years. So during that 10 years, there's also D&D Online and Lord of the Rings Online, which has this I guess debatably to you, this comparable storytelling and trajectory. Not to deliberately contradict your incomparable statement. But Western fantasy is, especially Neverwinter, is governed by D&D, which is bigger than Neverwinter itself. So there are other games you could enjoy as well, if you know what I mean. There are a lot of other games that perhaps not comparable, but may offer a chance of entertainment for you. BioWare has a comparable one too. Or not a comparable one, but a different take on Western fantasy. So does Capcom, actually. So, you know, we have Dragon's Dogma. And then Dragon Age would be BioWare's offering. You have Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3. Gotta throw that in every once in a while nowadays. For the older BioWare stuff, not just Baldur's Gate, like Planescape Torment, other. And then we have other Wizards of the Coast IPs, like Magic the Gathering. You know, Magic the Gathering. It's kind of a Western setting too, for that. Don't know if any of those games interest you. Hello there, folks. Huh. I don't think that connected. Hey, Smithy. First time. How are you? What's your relationship with Neverwinter Online and Cryptic? Or maybe Gearbox Publishing, you know, the Embracer Group? Or perhaps you're familiar with some Perfect World titles? What's your background? No, not first time. New Twitch account since your old streaming days. Oh, interesting. So what was your old streaming days? You're gonna have to refresh my memory. I don't have quite that exorbitant memory. Oh, okay. I wouldn't say I play this game a lot, or like daily thing, but when it comes to covering the content, it's just the resets, the modules, and then you know, you have that 2 or 3 months of lull. So more along that lines. So you started recently again? How has it been? How long has it been actually? $2 years? Oh, well, you're in for a surprise, I suppose. How are you liking it so far? Right? That would place it, yeah. Would place it near the Under Mountain, right? Under Mountain stuff. So, Under Mountain. You have five things, 5 campaigns, and 5 adventures within those 2 years. Yeah, it's either 5 or 6. I was trying to recall in my head without bringing up my journal, which I'll probably bring up now. Oh, I was stepping in something. Yeah, 5. 6, okay. 5 or 6 since then. Yeah. With the Gearbox Hanover, I feel like they're doing much better than before. The publishing thing? The Embracer Group, I suppose they're executive, so they're on the side of funding and advertisement quite a bit, and maybe managerial stuff. There was 2 changes of leadership. 2 changes of leadership due during the time you were away. I don't know if the leadership typically when it comes to like executive handover, leadership tends to change. Interesting. I'm not sure if God had anything to do with it, but sounds like that sounds like a very emotional comment. We won't delve into that too much because that sounds like ad hominem territory. But how has your experience been with the... Okay, I need to pay more attention, but how has the experience been for the 2-year catch-up? As a word of advice, the way you expressed the conflict of interest makes me grow concerned about how you approach people who antagonize you. Is something hitting me extra hard? Like, what the heck, dude? Probably the succubus. There was no emotional attachment. The executive, he gave the content his attempt, and in my personal, more people left enjoying, but I'm open to debating about it. No, not really. You made an ad hominem argument. Like, I'm not gonna... the way you worded that, you were celebratory, as opposed to being compromising. But that's fair. I don't necessarily think you answered my question about how you feel about The stuff that you missed for the last 2 years. Where are you at now? Did you start like recently, or did you start now? You're back to endgame again so quick enough? You're gonna have to define endgame for me. When it comes to feasibility on the technological side, that's most definitely unequivocally possible. Because you only asked if it's possible. So yes, the answer is it is possible. In fact, there are very few times when you ask the phrasing if it's feasible. It's likely feasible. Psychologically, I'll give it about a 80-20, 80% against and 20% for, psychologically. So crossplay is inherently an uphill battle psychologically. And it comes with because a business operates on its consumers. And unfortunately, crossplay is not in the favor of its consumers, regardless of which community you're talking about. The schism between the valuation of content is so great because of the long separation between the communities that crossplay will inherently create a conflict of interest psychologically. And that would hurt business models and bottom lines. It doesn't come down to money specifically, but it does involve money. So like everything coming down to money is an overgeneralization that tends to lead to situations like this. It's kind of a paradox, but when you make a statement like that, it is largely why crossplay hasn't been considered. So in order to make crossplay possible, it doesn't always come down to money. Is what you're trying to say, in my opinion. A great investment requires that everything doesn't come down to money. But it, unfortunately, the vast majority of people who play Neverwinter believes everything comes down to money. And that's why I'm weighing psychologically that 80% chance of failure if they decide to implement crossplay, just from like a business standpoint. So it is very feasible on a technological scale for certain. Again, you boiled it down to money again, but I would disagree because the evaluation of investment, time, and accolades and stuff would need to be normalized. So overall, it would have enough growing pains to end the game before it can even promote a healing process. You would need a system in place to promote the crossplay before the crossplay can happen. That's an oversimplification. I honestly think it's a wonderful sentiment though, that things will work out on its own when you intermingle mixed people. But when you have such prior selection bias and conditioning for behavior, it requires a transition in conditioning before allowing to lay the groundworks of something to happen. So, for example, if a blacksmith spent most of their time honing their craft and another blacksmith decides to hone their craft with another method, and you expect them to compete using the same method, there needs a transition in how they value their craft in order to blend them together. But if you gave them the opportunity to blend together, like put them in the same atmosphere, like same platform, crossplay, you're suggesting that inherently the blacksmith is going to willingly give up and compete similarly to the other blacksmith who've honed their craft specifically under their own conditions. That is incredibly optimistic, and I love that. I don't think statistically and psychologically that would have a high rate of happening or high chance of happening. It can happen though, and I want to believe that as well. I personally like to believe in the potential of human mixing when it comes to like innovation and coexistence. It's like suggesting that Finland would behave like Norway if they became one country. Over time, I would say it is a possibility. But there's also a chance of that ending before it's allowed to improve. I'm very hopeful, but hope comes with low odds as well. It doesn't necessarily mean having hope increases the odds of it happening, for example. So how did it work for games like COD, mouse and keyboard being far superior, but they all came together? You think the community is happier than having them segregated? How do you measure that? Because as far as I'm concerned, there are no metrics that suggest that the community is happier. Something that's successful doesn't involve happiness. It doesn't necessarily have to guarantee happiness. When you play with a friend, so you're suggesting that you have generalized friendship to the idea that when you're with friends, it leads to happiness. Friends share more than just happiness. Playing against opponents doesn't necessarily have to elicit happiness. I'm taking your word for verbatim here. You said not only would players be happier, but income would improve. COD income did most definitely improve. I would contest incredibly that the health of a Call of Duty psychologically is not as happy as them being segregated. Eventually, they could be, but even now, I would struggle to agree with you. These things take time, I agree. Sometimes the risk can be just as high as preventing the thing from happening than it actually happening eventually. Maybe Call of Duty like 17 or 18 perhaps when it normalizes. I know you're to be super fair to you. I am an advocate of normalized behavior. So unfortunately, the longer humans condition certain expectations, it takes a very long time to reestablish a normalization of habit. You know, for someone who is incredibly optimistic, you certainly focus on by the numbers pragmatism when it comes to the health and psychology of people. I mean, One thing I would say is that's incredibly logical. Absolutely. I agree with your logic there. I don't agree with your understanding of human condition or psychology, though. By the numbers, that is very sound. Are you is your background in like risk management or something? I'm trying to get a better understanding of what your background is. That I can empathize with your point of view. I still fundamentally disagree with you about human conditioning, though, and normalized behavior. You're making presumptions about human behavior that I find very difficult to appreciate right now. I agree with you by the numbers, though. For some reason, I want to relate to fighting games because they tend to have... Yeah, I was gonna make a digression to fighting games, especially like the transition between accessibility and crossplay and rollback netcode. Bugs we're living? I see. A win-win for Neverwinter. As a background, you're a manager. I see. Alright. Is it alright if I ask a manager of what? Like, in what capacity? Like, human resources? Like, pubs? Human resources? It checks out. I mean, if you can't see it in any other way, that's fair. I have to respect that. Because, I'm not here to gaslight someone. But because you cannot, and you're presenting it and implying that it's a matter of fact, I would probably argue with you. It's probably fair that you're trying to gaslight me into thinking that's, or unless you're not trying to, and say that that's your opinion. That's fair too. Oh, interesting. Okay. You're in front of the house. Okay, fair enough. My particular interest, I guess, instead of, trying to share a different perspective, on your solution or your debate, my hobby as a person who plays video games is to collect perspectives. So you don't necessarily have to listen to any of my perspective. My goal here is to understand your perspective. Trying to gaslight. The majority done by Cryptic, everyone's going on about crossplay when? I mean, how do you sample everyone? I don't typically use words like that. So what's your sampling for everyone? How do you establish a majority of comments? What's the sampling for the comments? I don't get the crossplay question very often, so I want to know a majority of comments on forums, the people that are around you. If you can convince like someone that it is a win-win, I honestly think then crossplay would happen, right? Question time on Drift hosted by... Okay. Alright. So, say the premise is true. Say, like, reasonably everyone's asking that comment. It's a win-win and stuff. How would you go about convincing that it is a win-win enough to get crossplay to happen? Because if you have the influence and the power to do so, you can make it a reality. But the idea is it hasn't happened because that might not be true. I mean, I'm just suggesting an alternative. If everyone or the vast majority of people are making comments about it, I would imagine someone like you can present a win-win condition for Cryptic to implement it. I like to argue that I don't have enough privileged information to make such bold claims and suggest that be so overly confident that that's not why crossplay has happened yet. License from Sony? From Sony? Oh, okay. Yeah, Sure. They would be able to crossplay, but unfortunately Sony license to cross all three is much harder. Okay. So why not the two? Did they respond on why the crossplay didn't happen between Xbox and PC? Microsoft is pro crossplay, so if it's a win-win, even half measures is still a win-win, right? Or do you think it has to be all three? It's an all or none situation for the win-win scenario that you think? A win-win is really good. Like, really good. I rarely ever say win-win situations. So, that sounds really good. Like, awesome. So, the idea that it hasn't happened yet because you're suggesting it's a win-win is incredible to me. You believe it's an on and console player should be together rather than... Okay. I guess perhaps with that situation, then you can rationalize why it hasn't happened yet. Fair enough. That seems logical if it has to be an all or none to be a win-win. So until they get approval from Sony, based on your logic, it can't happen until Sony happens. Sure. That seems reasonable. If the community comes together, but the community already came together. According to Smithy, the vast majority of people have the comments, so they already came together. They're logically and intellectually on the same page. Why do you suggest that the community has to get together if you already believe it is? I'm indifferent. So just as a disclaimer, I'm indifferent. And I've already cited my psychological concerns. I like to often concern myself with the mental health of players. Not just, that would include not just the majority, but also the minority. I like perspective hunting. How long surgery Sony has give the go-ahead on releasing the license to allow... Okay. So... it's going to happen? Is there a time frame and a roadmap? I'd love to see it having crossplay. That's a personally selfish, for me, a personally selfish desire though, to see crossplay and all the ups and downs that comes with it. Because I want to see the actual thing happen so I can observe what the results are. You can see the conflict for Sony if Cryptic were to only crossplay. The Sony could remove Neverwinter. Sure. That seems like a very logical perspective. Yes. I would tend to agree that there's a high probability of that happening. So now it's not, because you just said they will allow the 3 server ports together. So logically speaking, instead of dwelling on the possibility that they be upset, they already have the go-ahead, right? So is there a time frame, a window for this to happen? I want to see the win-win situation happen, basically. If not, something interesting is going to happen, so that's also interesting. Whatever happens, it's a change, and that's an intellectual curiosity, in my opinion. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Fair enough. No, I don't have bubbles, unfortunately, not with this. I don't have an emotional investment in this. I am hyped for change. I do like hype for change, but it doesn't have to be about crossplay or Sony or just something different. I like talking about things that are different. I prefer to observe than be a predictor. You're more of a predictor than I am, which does lend into being a business owner and, you know, being someone who's very principled and assertive. I am not someone that's incredibly assertive. Assertive people tend to not have bubbles. I mean, non-assertive people, sorry. I tend to not be very overly excited or strongly feeling. So no crossplay. That's unfortunate, I suppose. I say it's unfortunate because it probably resonates with you if I think of it as a negative thing. You already stated you're someone who comes to do their dailies, right? I don't think you're fully invested in the game to have that kind of full enjoyment in this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hopefully no offense taken. Huh. That's interesting. So, you're telling me that I must do more to be invested in a live service game. I must do more than doing weeklies and dailies and then playing modules when they come out. That's fair. I mean, I can't argue with you if you only consider people who are invested to do more than that. That is what I do. What is considered the full experience of the game? Is experiencing the full experience of the game playing Neverwinter since closed beta? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about being part of, are you talking about being part of the Cryptic dev group for a moment? No, I'm asking. I'm not going to disclose that, but... Like, where are you going with this investment thing? I can tell you, though, I agree with you that I'm not a person that gets full enjoyment in this game. I can agree with you on that. But I want to know if you are capable of understanding why. You're a person that has so far projected all your opinions and made assumptions based on your own criteria. But I can tell you, I still agree with you with the words you just said. You are not wrong, but I don't think you have to be right or wrong about your opinions. Your opinions are always your opinions. And I have no offense in hearing people's opinions. And I can agree with you, you are correct. I usually come to do weeklies, dailies, and every single module. So I played every single content up to this point, including the master dungeons, and cleared all those things. But I'm not invested fully that I can be because I do play other games. So I absolutely agree with you. I am not fully invested in this game. And I also do not derive the full enjoyment in this game. I have an ulterior motive, and I play this game for a reason that isn't related to the game. And I've already expressed that explicitly. I didn't state any of that, actually. You made the assumption. So what isn't stated doesn't mean it's not happening. That's a binary standpoint. And I think that's often what you think of. You tend to talk about rights and wrongs, wins and loses, but I'm trying to express that I did in order to empathize with you, because I think you wanted that information and I haven't expressed it yet. I'm trying my best to express things that you care about, but clearly you don't care about what I'm saying. So all the things you say are correct. I enjoy this game because I like talking about people's behaviors and perspectives and psychology. You're listening to me. I agree. You are definitely listening to me, but you are refusing to understand me. Exactly. You're trying to understand, but you ignore, as opposed to just accepting. So you try to keep saving face every time I'm trying to share something in contradiction to you. Like, I enjoy this game. I fully enjoy this game, but not in the way that you enjoy your games. That's, if that's fair. So I'm invested in this game in a way that you are not invested in this game. And that's why we have a disagreement in the benefits of what this game requires. We share different perspectives on what is important to this game, because you have different value system than I do. You have a value system that apparently predicates on experiencing the in-game content, and I have a value system that deals with understanding what makes people happy and sad in this game, that is not dependent on specifically the content, but the behavior that it promotes, like live service models and whatnot, human resources. So like the act of crossplay, I'm thinking of the ramifications and obstacles that players that are conditioned in two different environments would have to tackle in order to reach that win-win situation. Not necessarily whether if it's by the numbers or the majority of players. I'm usually thinking of both the minorities and the majorities when it comes to the psychological profile of the community. It comes from a history of being a minority. I see that it's very pragmatic for you to take the majority side, and it's very telling of your power position. You're probably a very influential, successful person who surrounds people that give you affirmation that you are successful and very strong and opinionated, and probably correct most of the time, provided you're always in the majority. Would a toggle to allow and disable crossplay not make that more positive environment to enjoy this game? A toggle? That's an interesting proposition. How do you normalize the opportunistic propensity of each community to abuse that toggle? So like we're combining value systems, right? So everyone's gonna be in their own microcosm of value system. Then you combine all of them. And then you give the choice of each community to opportunistically toggle, mix and not mix the value system. What becomes of a game that has a value system that can be manipulated? I have no answers. I'm just very curious. I'm not I'm not confident I know enough information. So I'm asking questions most of the time. It's too complex for me. You just want to play with a PC player? I just toggle crossplay off and vice versa on platforms. But each individual has access to it. So each individual account has access to that functionality. So if a player have access to something based on let me I want to how do you normalize the accessibility? So like a PC player, say you played, I mean, you're probably a person that have played on the PC majority, right? The sum of your psychological value, well, it seems to work for most other. We're not talking about whataboutisms here, and you're comparing apples and oranges when you keep saying for other crossplay games, for other, like, if you implement your system, say, I don't know, you're a business owner and you crossplay with another business, right? And that business just happens to have another model for crossplaying. You would suggest that they're the same? Because I don't think all crossplays are treated equal, and you're only picking the ones that worked. That's confirmation bias. How many crossplay games failed for everyone that worked? I'm concerned about risk management. Like cost risk management. You're suggesting it's always a win-win. So naturally all your examples are successful crossplay games. Most other crossplay games succeed is because you only have, in my opinion, you're looking for successful crossplay games. I would argue that there are a lot of crossplay fails too. Quite a significant of them. But you don't hear about it because it's confirmation bias. What doesn't happen doesn't mean it isn't happening. I didn't state that I didn't I didn't state yet that I don't complete dungeons and trials. But you assume because I didn't state it, I didn't do it. Would you be able to give me of a failed crossplay game? Every game that got lifted from a client to Steam. Because platforms are not just console and PCs. There's a great example for clients. Overwatch 2. That's the most recent. No, you're changing the game. You're changing the conditions. You literally told me, would you give me a failed crossplay game? Now you're making standards and you're changing the rules of the game to qualify and confirm your hypothesis. I fulfilled your task, but now you're making a conditional. So I'll add a conditional to you. I'll add a conditional for your stuff. Name a crossplay game. Name a game that succeeded without crossplay on multiple platforms. No, I'm asking you name games that are successful, that are multi-platform, and don't have crossplay. Because I'm trying to illustrate your sampling bias. I'm not using that as an evidence that crossplay is bad, because I don't look for it. If I went around and just say FromSoft games are a great example, you're gonna say, but that's not multiplayer. I'm not doing that. But you are doing that to convince me, to challenge my perspective. You have listed all the crossplay games that work, and you only look at crossplay games that work, and therefore they can only be win-wins. I'll name one. CSGO. Dota. League of Legends. It's not. I'm trying to prove your null hypothesis. It's not one. PUBG. Apex Legend. Do you have an issue with League of Legends? Yeah, Fortnuts. Fortnuts. These, in my opinion, hate to burst your bubble, but you said crossplay is all or none. Fortnuts is not crossplay all or none. In fact, they're actually exclusive. So you're telling me Fortnuts is on all platforms? Then I'll take your word for it. I'll try to find Fortnuts on Steam. Oh yeah? I guess I hope you can play with Steam players. Tell me when you succeed. So, what about League of Legends? What about Dota 2? Let's keep the examples rolling. Yeah, let's keep the examples rolling. Like I'm being your null hypothesis. So as opposed to convincing yourself what is true, make a case for yourself. Like make a case against yourself. I will argue for you against me. There are a lot of examples of good crossplay games. I agree. What weakens my position is that I can name a lot of successful crossplay games. Or before they become crossplay, I guess. They became more successful after being crossplay. I agree. So all those examples weaken my position. Absolutely. I'm very comfortable with that because I choose to acknowledge it. You presented an argument that was making conditions that rule out all of mine. So I want you to explain how League of Legends, how Riot Game does things, and how Steam does things mean that it's always successful, or it's always a win-win, or the vast majority of things are win-wins. You could say, nah, Steam is not very important. That's fair, I guess. That's an opinion, but Steam is incredibly impactful. And then we're talking about sheer volume and success. Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3. However, I can argue for you because Baldur's Gate 3 might have a port soon. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to have a port soon, but it's not crossplay. I guess maybe you can make a case for them to have crossplay. Because that would be cool. That would be big. I would agree with you there. If Baldur's Gate 3 got crossplay, holy heck. That'd be some big audience. You do know crossplay means hardware, not launchers. You do know you're trying to gaslight me. That's exactly what I mean. That's not true. And they're not called launchers. They're like, here, I'll gaslight you in the same way. They're not called launchers. They're clients. Clients are platforms. Are you telling me that Apple is different from iOS is different from Windows, or are you telling me they're the same? They're different platforms. So while you get most of your stuff from the platform that Cryptic has, the tavern thing, you're not getting information from other platforms. Operating systems are platforms. Hardware are platforms. Not all platforms are operating systems. Not all platforms are hardware differences. Platforms is a bigger category than it is for what you decided to choose arbitrarily, in my opinion. As much as I can be fair to you, you're conveniently changing jargon and then trying to convince me that that's the truth. And you just stated you didn't want to gaslight me, but you just said, you do know crossplay means hardware. It doesn't. Not exclusively. But if you truly believe that I need to know that, then you are gaslighting me. And then now I'm inherently, and unfortunately, and I have to apologize because now I'm gaslighting you in return. And I don't want to do that. So we're just going to stop doing that. Whatever it is. Okay, if it's only hardware, let's just stick to only hardware, right? So what is it about League of Legends you don't like? Or what is it about Dota 2 you don't like? Oh, not Dota 2. Let's that's not hardware dependent. What about League of Legends? I'm picking all the top grossing, like incredibly top grossing companies that don't have money issues for instituting crossplay. So I'm picking companies that are well in their manner. No, I mean for the case for crossplay. Because Riot Games keeps their mobile community separate from their desktop community. And they have no evidence of not having a closed ecosystem. And unfortunately, closed ecosystem is not a hardware thing. So I won't talk about closed ecosystems. Because you don't consider them as different platforms. You can get Valorant on your Xbox. Okay. I don't play Valorant, so I can't really comment on it. So you can play with PC players in Valorant, right? On your Xbox. Is that what you're telling me? I don't actually know. Wait, but it's not exclusive to consoles? I have no idea. I said League of Legends though, but Valorant would be a Riot-owned property. So here's the thing, right? Valorant was new. I'm gonna make a conditional change because I have not established my conditions. I have no idea. If I guess he's talking about double booting, like rooting his Xbox so that it can use the Xbox as a platform consensus, which is an OS thing, not a hardware thing. But changing the rules of the game is interesting, I suppose. But League of Legends, right? So if you're making a case that Riot can promote crossplay, but it's always a win. It's the majority is always a win-win. I imagine then every company should be jumping on this. It's like a secret. It's like a very beneficial secret. So companies don't promote closed ecosystems and a non-compete as a form of viable happiness and resource. So I'm guessing you're also one that would promote the sharing of perspectives, right? I'm a little confused here behind the psychology and your motivations. You present yourself as someone who likes the intermingling of people, and that the intermingling of people is a win-win. Yet, this whole time, you have diminished my position by embracing your own. This is kind of why I mean there's a alternative downside to crossplay. The very nature of you and I having problems reaching an agreement or reaching a perspective is that we both have spent a lot of years playing a game from a different perspective. Now imagine combining even more of us into one community. You and I are being, at least trying to be polite to each other, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that we are happy. Professionalism can be done without happiness. Are you happy with what I'm thinking? I'm not entirely sure. Can you be happy with someone that thinks like me? That's a pretty interesting question too. And then now you're gonna mix all the people. You're not offended or even thinking slightly off of what I'm saying? So you're suggesting you understand me? We can go back to the topic of Neverwinter. I'm invested in Neverwinter. But can you understand why I am invested in Neverwinter? I don't think that's something that the two of us are saying the same thing here. I do not consider being able to fully experience Neverwinter by playing the game. You understand? I think you listen. Okay. The last thing in my mind would promote crossplay voluntarily. Because then that allows options for people who do and do not want crossplay. I had no I don't think it was my intent. I'm sorry for misleading you in this case. I don't think it was my intent to give you the impression that I had an opinion on crossplay. I literally said that personally I'm indifferent. So your understanding of my opinion happens to be that people should have a choice of crossplay. My counter argument was I'm concerned that it can cause the game to fail too, because of over many years of behavioral conditioning of value systems, both literally and figuratively. It's not what you're saying, it's what you're inferring by saying because that allows the option for people who do or do not want crossplay. It's irrelevant whether crossplay is available or not. I didn't express anything about that. No change. Like, no change at all. I was just talking about people who believe in their value systems. If you're like, let's talk from a business perspective. If your AD is worth so much in your country, PC, or let's just say your platform, PC, and if your value is worth a different thing on PlayStation or on Xbox, and you combine them, dependent on how long that conditioning of value, it takes a very long time to acclimate. In fact, it might be so abrupt and have a conflict of interest that it can be far riskier to end the product than allow a time of normalization of the behavior. Like, yes, given enough time and enough resources, I think they might normalize that. Absolutely. But is it going to happen? You are confident it does. I'm presenting the perspective that it might not. It might happen, and also it might not. offering the opportunity to have crossplay by toggling on and off is still introducing crossplay. I'm giving you an example that I hope you could understand, as opposed to going down a route about normalized behavior, about the sentimentalism of value. Because you seem to far more communicate in literal sense of cost risk management for economics than it is with people's feelings. You suggest it's so easy to understand people's feelings. Like, oh, you know, if you mix people together, they will naturally come together. Well, war happens too. Is that not the case? Social conflicts can be so great that it becomes dissonant as opposed to communal. I would love to be naive enough to think that the coming of people together will always make the people stronger. Absolutely. But people are not blank slates, though, in this situation. If you have kids coming together with blank slates, or new players, like 3 new communities, starting off as crossplay, or a nascent community that's still growing, to come together and grow together, absolutely. For sure. The longer the pre-established communities that have to come together, the longer the friction will be. It can potentially be so confrontational that it causes a schism. And that's war. But there would be workarounds with everything to allow the peace. How much value do you have on that? How much is the value of the workarounds? Is it as exhausting as having someone listen to both of us disagree? Is it as exhausting and costly as watching the PE chat complain about crossplay? I worry that there are more people who complain about crossplay after having crossplay than crossplay being an asset too. Those are people that matter as well. So I'm only offering alternative outcomes. But to honestly, no matter what Cryptic does, they'll be, and they do, and they. Yeah. Oh, that's a statement that is a non, like, I can't disagree nor agree nor add to that statement. It's like it is what it is, or it depends. Yeah, I agree. That's all I can say about that. Sounds like a lose-lose situation, but you're presenting a win-win situation. So you're gonna, in my opinion, if you can present a win-win situation to Cryptic, then you wouldn't have to tell them, damned if they do, damned if they don't, because it's a win-win situation. So I hope you can come up with a win-win situation. If it's incredibly simple, incredibly guaranteed, it sounds like such a panacea solution that you have seen in the gaming industry, and so you claim that it works for everyone. So I hope Cryptic understands that and can see that right away. That's not me to determine. You've made it sound simple. If something is so simple and so guaranteed to win and work, I'm baffled why Cryptic, spending 10 years on this game, don't see the truth. The reality is that Cryptic did not choose to use crossplay. So instead of explaining their motivations from their perspective, you decided to present your own motivations as this incredible thing. So I naturally would think that Cryptic would give you an audience, even without my help. Because the solution is out of their control. If it's out of their control, how can you say it's a win-win? I just don't see where this is going. Like, you're making counter arguments to, like, it will be 100% likely to happen because it's a win-win, and then suddenly you're making the conditionals that it didn't happen because it can't happen, but it can most certainly happen, according to you just like a bit ago. Wait, I gotta make sure I actually finish this first though. This is a very interesting topic, so we gotta focus on this. Give me a sec. I love this, by the way. Thank you for... I never said it's likely to happen. I've always said because Sony has to, in which... Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Sure. I must have misunderstood you. I think that's probably the best thing I can tell you. But I have my concerns. Like, me personally, I'm far more concerned about people's health and thoughts as opposed to the monetary gains and the pragmatic use of forcing choices on people. But then you presented something that gives a choice. That is still a change that's implemented without the consent of everyone. But you suggest it's everyone. Either leave the system as is, fight for the licensing release to enable crossplay, take away the PlayStation server, and only link Xbox in. Which one could be the latter? Which one could be the latter? Any of those are pretty interesting brainstorm. Any of those outcomes can be possible actions that they have. And you're in favor of all of them being crossplay, right? Is that something you advocate, or is that just something people ask and you're like, I think it's gonna be a win-win, but you're not advocating for it or something like that? I would advocate for a win-win. So if you're telling me it's a win-win, I believe you. As in, like, if you can guarantee me it's a win-win, I would totally be on board. You don't have opportunities like that too often. On the behalf of... Okay, it sounds like you're advocating for them fighting for a license release. Fair enough. Right? Is that what you're saying? You would want to advocate for fighting so that maybe there's a chance they were able to. But I've always said, I don't mean just in this stream. It's irrelevant to me whether you said it for 10 years or 5 years. I believe people are dynamic and they change their minds and they adapt to situations. So in that regards, it's incredibly hard to predict what's a win-win and what's a lose-lose when you're considering the complexity of human behavior. we are having this discussion because we are not blank slates. We have very normalized behavior patterns and we think certain ways. You are concerning me because you reduce people to numbers. Like the majority of people make a comment about crossplay. Like I don't know where that majority is coming from. And then you told me it came from the tavern thing. Like, is that the majority of players? It's not. I would argue even literally and objectively that is not representative of the vast majority of the community. Your condition is that only the fully invested people matter. And I agree with you if that is how you believe it. So the people who are watching the tavern thing, right? The tavern, the dev stream, are the only people you deem that opinions matter because they're fully invested in the game. And that money is only made from those people. I would argue that there are less people watching those things that have a differing opinion than all the total amount of people that made that comment in that stream. Because of sampling bias. The people that went to the stream probably wanted to ask that question too. That's a pre-selection bias because you're going there to ask that question. I wouldn't ask that question, but I also did not attend these so-called streams that you say that express the majority opinion. Am I part of the minority group or the majority group? It's very hard to determine. So you predicate all your arguments based on selection bias, in my opinion. I want to emphasize one more thing, if I could. Sometimes when expressing the validity of one's reputation is dependent on the people you're talking to rather than yourself. So for me, I have no idea but to respect what you do because I don't know enough about you. Telling me what you are can help sometimes, and for me, I did that too today. But the thing is, even whatever I say about myself, it probably carries very little weight because what you say often just favors what you know, which is your opinions, and I did the same. So until we know each other enough, it's probably just wonderful that we try to exercise mutual respect. At the same time, this conversation is incredibly interesting, and I can probably talk about it for quite some time. But what's in the back of my head right now is I hope I'm not keeping you from something. That's probably my first thought. Like, because you ended your stream, right? And I hope you're not like, it's like 3 a.m. or something and you're like in Europe or something like that. So I'm more right now being preoccupied by how you are physically and mentally, as opposed to whether we should continue our discussions about like crossplay and stuff. Okay, fair enough. As long as you don't have to work tomorrow. Wait. I'm afraid to ask, but you probably work tomorrow, don't you? Or the day, like today, like later today. I'm a little worried about that. So By no means. You have your condition. 12 hours time? Okay, that's reasonable. You don't happen to be the rare person who likes to sleep 12 hours, do you? Because if that is, I won't hold you up. I think it's incredible that to meet someone that likes the idea of sharing is caring. It's endearing to me. What I mean by that is that whole crossplay thing. You only need 6? Fair enough. That whole crossplay thing, you have my heart. Like, absolutely. When I think about like exclusivities, right? Exclusivities, I like to go against it. So it's nice to see that you're so passionate about promoting like inclusiveness, because I like inclusiveness, and if it's ever possible, even at the expense, right? Like, it's a selfish request for me that most things be accessible to the largest audience possible. I don't run those companies. Yeah, I can see that. I definitely can see that. I have no questions asked. If you ask me what have I learned about you today, that is without a doubt number one. That you are in, I almost want to say, positive to a fault, but endearingly positive to a fault. And that is great. That's being shamelessly positive. And that's wonderful. In fact, it makes for a very great content creator. Just thought I'd share some brighter words, because sometimes I can become incredibly interrogating. Like, I like asking questions. Yeah. Now, real talk though. What if you did have enough influence to make a case for Cryptic? Would it be a case for Wizard of the Coast and Embracer Group? Not even sure. Because obviously the development part is simply the technical side. I guess you would have to you would have to convince the Embracer Group. One thing that really works towards your purpose though. Yeah. One thing on your side though, for sure, is that at least the owners, right? The people the execs that are running it in sponsored by Wizard of Coast, is that the Embracer Group tends to have IPs that are crossplay. And what I mean by crossplay, I don't mean, sorry, not crossplay, but multi-platformed, right? So very possible they're forking the bill, if you get what I mean. Like, at least they have that opportunity. I need to close an abyssal tier for the end of the day, so give me a sec. But yeah. What other topics do you talk about when you stream Neverwinter? This is the first time I've talked about crossplay playing Neverwinter, and it goes without saying that I've streamed a lot of Neverwinter, but this is actually something new, so I really enjoyed our conversation so far. You got any other juicy things you talk about quite often? Do you have any specific examples? What's currently trending? What's the many bugs in the game? You got a hot bug for me? What's the current bug that's trending? I've discussed a few bugs, but those are like almost old bugs. I don't have a hot trending one. I don't. One shot godly weapon? That's the newest one? Oh. One shot godly weapon. Holy heck. Can I see that in action? I think that's hilarious, actually. I think that's incredibly comical. Can people pull it off really easily? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'll save that clip. Wow. I imagine that's gonna be something. That's incredible. Alright, I gotta pause this background music for a second. Oh, you mean that? Oh, that. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean that? Yeah. Sorry. I, I thought you meant like one-shotting the boss. Yeah, no, that, yes. We've done that a couple of times already. It's the bug splat onto the decaying that applies like the, yeah, that. Yeah, I was one of the runs, I was literally instructed to do that. Like no questions asked. Like hey guy, do that please. That's it. Like no options, nothing. It's just hey, I was the tank. So the guy was like, yeah, do that. Yeah, I remember that. Did they release a comment about that? I don't know. I think it's really clever. What I mean is, I think it's incredibly funny thematically, like in a Baldur's Gate way. No comment from them? I see. Yeah, people did that a lot. I think out of my 2 runs, the whole like one, the spider splat onto the axe was the main cheese. And by cheese, I like my cheese. So, you know, I don't know if you're a cheese person, but I quite enjoy cheese. Both literally and figuratively. How do you feel about the removal of PvP? Is that happening? Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, you mean like they already announced that they're gonna remove it? They've already announced that they're gonna remove PvP? I don't know. I clearly don't know. So basically, there used to be tournaments for PvP? Okay. Go on. Which allow players. Oh, you mean that stuff? Like, wait, is it even in our logs stuff anymore? Oh, wait, well, I haven't done any PvP on this tune, so like this stuff is all gone? Oh, okay. Yeah, the leaderboard stuff. Oh, fair enough. I can't comment on it. I don't have enough experience. And what I mean by that is the last time I did it was in mod 1 through 3. So it's been a while. Yeah, so so those people are gone? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I have no comment about that. What are the reactions of people you know or people that are around you? What is the overall sentiment? Yeah, sure. It's basically a PvE only now, sure. It's a obligatorily PvE, or far more obligatorily PvE. Yep. I would agree. Yes. Perhaps not the exclusive word. I would agree it's rendered the game PvE centric. How do you qualify PvP? Sorry, this is more of a getting to know you psychologically thing. How do you qualify PvP? Just a shame. Don't get you wrong. Yes, it was exploited by Brutal Pineapple. A Cryptic could have found a way to restrict the rewards to get one character in PvP instead of 20? Interesting. I hope I didn't just name drop someone, but I feel like Brutal Pineapple sounds like a name drop. But as full disclosure, I suppose I have no idea who that person is, nor should I be asking for more information regarding that person. But Cryptic... Again, I worry regardless. It's a person. So that person, in my opinion, matters. So hopefully that person has found a new game to play and doesn't have like the stigma and the negative feelings that involve getting banned from Neverwinter. You're sure they have, but you don't know. It's kind of like saying that one person's negative experience can't be carried for the rest of their lives or shape the rest of their opinions about things. Just never sure. I hope the person's doing well though. So what is this one character in PvP instead of 20? Is it like you can queue up 20 of your own people? You could say the same about the exploits in Barovia, which introduced the mass banning. I will say the same. Yes, I worry about those people. Exactly. Hopefully they find a system that they can thrive in. Maybe become game testers for exploits or what have you, you know. Make use of their talents, perhaps. make use of their skills that they acquired. He created 20 TRs, got top 1 on... Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. Fair enough. Huh. That's pretty and that's ingenuity for you. Yeah, yeah. I remember they yeah. I remember they offered prizes for place 1. Oh, that explains a lot actually. Huh. Yeah, yeah, that explains a lot. Well done. I mean, I applaud the ingenuity. That's someone that thinks outside the box. It'll be interesting what type of quote unquote, I'm gonna use this word as a pun, but it's not in the same way. But I wonder what type of exploits he's had recently. Like, what are his exploits? The euphemism exploits. Because that guy is thinking outside the box. Removed it because too much AD going into the game. Tarnishing the economy and Zen exchange, which is why it got so high in the first place. I see. Yeah, it certainly would contribute to the inflation. Yeah. Fair enough. I imagine that's one of many contributing factors. Is this old or is this new? Did this just happen? I was not aware this happened. Like, as in like the typical outlets for the game, you know, patch notes and whatnot. But what upset the PvPers in the end was because they had no intention to bring it back at all and still don't to this day. This happened about 3 years ago. Oh, okay. 3 years ago. I see. Was because did these people felt like they were given an impression that they were gonna bring it back? I don't ask cryptic things, but I was not given the impression that they would bring back PvP. I mean, in general. Even barring 3 years ago. Is that more wishful thinking, or did they actually say something that would give you an impression? To be fair, okay, PvP was massive for this game because of the combat system, one of the best ones out there. To be fair, are you being fair to the are you saying to be fair to the PvPers or to be fair to Cryptic? Was PvP massive? Yeah, I can see that, actually. Yeah, I can definitely see that for its combat system. At the time, there were some very notable Korean MMOs, though. That was the source of the combat MMO inspiration. That predates this game. 2 to 3 years. I came across this game because of those games. Both parties, as they both have their reasons, I guess. That's fair. I don't understand your use of the word mutual. Do you mean you have no feelings? Either way? Yeah, I don't have any feelings about this. But it's really interesting. It's something I can tell people. So when someone asks me like a question that I get from time to time in this game is that someone asks, how's the PvP scene, right? But generally speaking, saying what I probably would think such people as you probably would say is, it doesn't exist. This is a PvP only game, right? Generally speaking, I would probably ask them why they are interested if this game is PvP, and then explain the situation in PvP, and then offer an alternative. You just say non-existent, yeah. So that sounds like I'm beginning to understand your approach to things. So for me, it's a long process, it's a drawing process. But if that person entertains me, I would ask them why they were interested in PvP. And what is their motivation to look at Neverwinter for PvP? Which then, instead of disappointing them, I guess maybe disappointing them, I can suggest alternatives that do have a PvP system intact that has combat-oriented MMOs. And then state some of the differences too. But since they haven't actually started Neverwinter, they don't have a relative standard. Icewind Dale data. Yeah, I would probably ask them like, is this first combat MMO? Or do they like Western fantasy setting? And then I would provide some alternatives, like Blade and Soul. Or if you specifically just like the melee aspect and then are indifferent to the setting, Naraka. Naraka would be a great one. So there are platforms that can cater to someone if you understand if you ask them how they came across. Generally, most of the time, I just steer people away to something that interests them. If the thing that I'm offering or showcasing doesn't offer what they're looking for. It's nice to get to know what the people are looking for before answering the question. It makes at least for my naive purposes, it demonstrates that I can at least feel satisfied that I've attempted to understand them. This is the vast majority of my content as a Neverwinter streamer. So don't feel like you're distracting me from something. I actually spend most of my time talking about habit formation, especially in the context of video games, as a coping mechanism, maybe some escapism thrown in, perspective shifting with business models and game theory, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, how it's contextualized to make people feel. As I, like you, want people to be happier with things. So if I can't provide, or a game can't provide what they are, I attempt my best to steer them in a direction that would allow them to find new solutions for their coping, or maybe even just to flex or what have you. You know, all the fun parts. Takes one person to make someone's day, to turn their life around, you know? So it's not like every person. I'm just saying, if you keep doing that, at some point, you might be able to turn someone around, which is great. the whole crossplay thing, right? It would be nice if a lot of things work out. The PvP situation, unfortunately, I hope they find new PvP games. Does Elder Scroll Online, does ESO have a PvP scene? Perhaps they could find a PvP scene in ESO. I have no idea. I think they do? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. Huh. Because I'm trying to think of a Western fantasy game that is kind of combat MMO-ish that also has a PvP scene. That's kind of hard. Yeah, it's really hard now that I think about it. Combat MMOs are incredibly bigger from Eastern developers, but Eastern developers have non-Western fantasy settings. New World. Huh. Unfortunately, I don't have enough experience to know what that PvP is like, or the system it has. But that's a good one, actually. That's a westernized MMO setting. Some of the conversations I have with Neverwinter, or suggesting if it's interesting to them, it definitely deals with the visual styling too, and the artistic direction of things. Because if it was combat MMOs, gold standards are not in Western fantasy. They are generally Korean MMOs. Occasionally you might have a Japanese MMO thrown in there. But when it comes to the raw combat mechanics, like input mechanics, just input checked PvP, it's most popularized by Eastern devs. 3 encounters and 2 at wills, I guess. I see. Yeah, if I had to pick currently a gold standard, it's probably Blade and Stole still. And if you're not into the whole PvE MMO side of things, yeah, Naraka would be great. It's probably the thing to do. That just strips the PvE section though. So you have to ask the person if they're also looking for the PvE experience from an MMO. A stripped down Naraka promotes pretty much the combat MMO without the gearing part. Without the quality of life live service part in that manner. Because you got that melee, you got that bop, you got the transposition, you got the complexity of multiple powers and loadouts, you know? Yeah, it was a pleasure. Here's to your future in Neverwinter. Yeah, I think yeah, I agree. So, here's to your future. I don't know how long you're gonna plan on playing Neverwinter. I only do this once a week, tops, like on average. So, good luck. If you find something, more interesting, that's cool too. I never asked you why you stopped playing. Well, you said you stopped playing for 2 years. So, never asked you why'd you stop playing. If it's too personal, it's okay. And also, that's a topic for another time, right? Yeah, sleep well. I'm about to head out too. I finished my 6-week thing, so I'll just close with a remark. A long story? Alright. Alright, I look forward to it. Yeah, sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Count on it. Alright. Take care, buddy. All right, so let's do some closing remarks on a week 6. Oh, I didn't collect this. So week 6, we just saw this. So completing week 6 gets you man. Where should have just went to artifacts. Okay, so week 6 gets you the realm engine core set. So let's look at this for a moment, right? Other than that, the experience did not change at all. So you still do the same weeklies, same dailies, you complete your haul, good to go. And at the end, you get a boon point, self-explanatory. So we'll skip the boon point. And then you get a new set, right? Now, here's the interesting thing. I did a little slight deep cut about this earlier, how I feel about it. But aura-specific things, which is usually their runes, are incredibly wonderful for supports, right? For support players, it's just another way to indirectly cut the potential problems, like the duration of stuff. What I can say about this is, I mentioned this before, and I usually call these things action gain. So whenever I see a modifier that is an action gain modifier, it's incredibly useful to support players. And support players are those who are healers or tanks. In fact, having a tank and a healer who negotiatingly stay away from each other while you're dependent on this is dependent on the pain giver. Say you have 3 pain givers, then the healer can use a different artifact. But having that awareness as a support player allows the flexibility of being able to enhance your other pain giver players. And that's a gain of action because this requires no additional action beyond the actions that you're already doing. And for me, this is an incredible set because as a support player, I am an AP styled support player. So to give you a little context, primarily if I had to do like a master run or something, I'd be running the Sentinel. And it takes an average of like 12 seconds to do a daily. During an artifact cycle, it might take a little less than that. And during like repositioning or conditional CCs or tank busters, it would get delayed. But on average, I would say around 12 seconds. So in this case, if I had a melee group, which unfortunately nowadays it doesn't really happen as much because of the overall design language of the dungeons tend to really punish melee DPS. So this might be a little bit more favorable towards a healing role. And at the moment, I only have one healer that's up to date, which is the Oathkeeper. I actually prefer to Oathkeep instead of tanking as a Justicar on the Paladin. I farm daily. It's a mix of knowing how to, since I use the 3 tanks, AP generation is unique to guard tapping too. So guard tapping is what I would call the mechanic that deals with how to weave AP faster. And because of that, if I had, say, a Demonweb pit run, and I see 2 wizards, slap this thing on my Oathkeeper, and I'm on top of those wizards like glue, while doing your normal thing. So it would at least give, at minimum, 5% outgoing damage to the peeps. As a Sentinel, I have to mandatorily always use a daily in order to increase my effectiveness. The daily, as a Sentinel, guarantees a takedown, a takedown effect, and a control effect. So you get the control effect that increases damage. Then takedown is an encounter effect that makes the boss take more damage, physical damage, unfortunately, only. And also Savage Advance triggers both that and a mitigation. So it reduces the damage outgoing from the boss. So the idea of being an AP style Sentinel is that you're always Savage Advancing most of the time. Then occasionally when there's a tank buster that's coming, you either use Primal Instinct or Battle High to mitigate or make sure that maybe you don't get unlucky and get crit in the face for 300% or something. That can happen for sure. While you do that, you're constantly placing it towards on the tank's target, which is the boss. So I think the radius of these runes are 20 units. It could be 15. We would have to use this. You're gonna probably see me use this next week. We decide to have a long conversation, so jumping into a Demonweb pit run. So this, I think it's 20, but we'll see how big it is. If it's 20, expect it. If it's 30 or like champion banner kind of thing, OP as heck. But anyways, the idea is I'm an AP person. Pretty much all my support roles deal with AP. And having more runes like this mean I get a gain in action. My tasks, my hits, one of the limitations of support roles is that they do not have enough actions per input. So when you hit a button, it has some effect, but those effects are non-stacking. They tend to be far less stacking or propagating than other roles, which is usually a pain giving role, because naturally there are a lot of pain givers, and those pain givers have multiple mechanics that weave together well. So by just sheer sampling size, you expect more like proccing and interactions available for choice as a pain giver. But on the support role, you do have 4 healers and 3 tanks. And of those, they're usually the most common task you do does not have a multiplicative or a proccing interaction. It's just heal. The closest thing I can think about is often proc free heal or proc empowered heal. That's the closest thing. It's usually just one proc. Like for oath keeping, it would be critical touch or prayer of opportunity, right? So those things are very easily manageable. In fact, it kind of works if you lower the complexity of mechanics and then simple and to the input so that it feels less scrambly for a healer. That's accessibility stuff. However, this increases just based on positioning. So when you're naturally selecting yourself to position near people, which is counterintuitive now, okay? So this does require reconditioning to use auras and runes as a support player, especially both tanks and healers. Tanks tend to want to stay away from other melee DPS. So hopefully this rune has a wide enough range that circumnavigates most bosses, because bosses can get big, and when they're big, the rune might not even happen. So what you have to do is you have to consciously know when to shimmy, deposit, step back, and shimmy the boss out of position slightly so that it lands on your DPS. In the same regards, the healer has divided healing. So the thing is, even pain givers have largely systematically normalized a playstyle that involves them being isolated. Because when they're isolated, healers don't have divided healing. It's still today
a very controversial, in my opinion, a very controversial quality of life change, where they decided that the primary form of healing, especially for like an Oathkeeper, less so for Cleric, and quite heavy and noticeable for a Warlock, and Bards, yeah, still divided. Bards are kind of excluding that stuff, so we're going to talk about primary. My experience with Bards are pretty limited. That division means that a lot of players tend to be separated. So if you have two ranged DPS, right, they will tend to be separated so that when they get targeted, it doesn't, there's no collateral. And also healing is more efficient, and spot healing is more efficient. So now you, the healing perspective, without sounding very, very demeaning to one, you pick the overperforming one, right? So you go into a couple battles, you look at who's initiating properly. It does help if you also play a lot of pain givers. So if you cycle through your pain givers, you kind of train your eye to determine who's more input competent. Then you stick with that person. So you're going to be next to that person and you're empowering them. And if the other player notices a rune, perhaps it'll draw the other player to the same spot, and know that it's also a source of danger as well. And it does cut healing efficiency. However, if you have two ranged DPS, probably not three, but generally two is still tolerable. It's like a 400 mag average if you have to heal two DPS on top of each other. That happens far more often by accident than it is intentionally. But very coordinated groups, you can see that their positionings are incredibly conditioned. So what I'm saying, these things are like nitpicky things. We're talking about like master runs and stuff where people are very consistent at doing what they usually do, as opposed to lots of noise and people running across each other and stuff. That's unpredictability. This actually works probably pretty well for the healer and the tank if you generally know that they're noisy around the boss, right? So the tank has full control of if the melee people are gonna be in this range. So it's up to the tank to understand how to reposition the boss to apply this buff. So is the healer. And it, to me, yes, it means more things the healer and tank could do. To me, it's fun, because the more you can do, the less work you have to do. Like, if the boss goes down 5% faster just because of one thing, that'd be great. People might not notice, but when you're in like really squeezing out, when you're with pain givers that are absolutely, you know, hyper focused on their output, they will notice. It's pretty substantial. Like as a sentinel, for me, the healer will notice that the boss deals less to me, I take less, they have to heal me less because of the way sentinels work. And then that physical damage, people will know that they typically get a 15% boost with 100% uptime, right? So if they're really into their numbers, they will probably notice these things. However, in casual play, in general, runes are just great because people just run in and out of everything in casual play. So if they see something that's like a brightly, I don't know what these appear like. I'm guessing it's the same visual indicators of the banners stuff, like similar to the banner stuff. So it might be like a very pleasant looking circle. So here's the thing about being a support player for a very long time. When Cryptic introduces something and it looks very pleasant, if it's conditioned to look very pleasant, so not red, preferably blue, sometimes green. Green doesn't hit very well because green also stands for poison. So locks have a really hard time getting people to stand on green circles because there are bosses that leave green things. So I know it's thematic, but from a functional, psychological standpoint, I think it's worth changing lock circles to blue. Just saying. Like, it's one of those little nuances. When you get so conditioned to seeing something, you will habitually avoid them at some point. I suspect it's the same size as Dragon Bone blades, about the size of... Wait, isn't Circle of... That's kind of big, isn't... Oh, Circle of Divinity. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess that's 15. That's probably 15 then. Thanks for chiming in. So it's like between 15 and 20 units. Pretty good. I think that's a pretty good size. So this is awesome, but not in the sense for Pain Giver, obviously. And then today I already made note, most people, the first complaint they had was, this is trash, it's for tanks, but I'm not a tank. That's fair enough. I'm not a heal, or actually I haven't heard a healer say anything. Someone only mentioned like, whoa, it looks like it could work for a tank. And then that person got shot down because the vast majority of the people are not tanks in the discussion at the moment, like present at the day. And it's a occurrence. I don't think that person felt offended or anything like that. It's just there aren't a lot of tanks on very often. But as a healer perspective, man, if I end up ever with 2 range DPS, it would be really interesting if the way the circle is displayed could get someone to psychologically think, I want to stand in that circle. That would be really interesting. And what I mean by that is not experienced players. So if you go into a master run, for me, I would likely just say something. It's like, go for it. You know, like if you want to use it, go for it. Do you want me to use it? Or they might even read it implicitly when it happens because they know what runes look like. It would be interesting to see what happens when you do a random queue or an RC or something, where if this works out, I'd probably keep it on my Oathkeeper too. So the moment I see at least 2 range DPS, I'll probably try to test this out and see if it's so visible and inviting that you can take advantage and just add more damage. Because functionally, most artifact sets for healers are non-functional, as in they have no active play or gain of action. They tend to just be passive things. Passive stats, passive scale up, like even target percentage difference that scale up your effectiveness, that kind of thing. But this is one of the fewer things that you can use as an AP support player. So if you're into AP, 50% uptime is for like maybe even one melee person is incredible. As a tank, you naturally benefit from this because you have none of those 3 stats. The only argument that this was more geared towards pain givers is because the primary attribute is dex, right? But silver lining, big silver lining, dex is also movement speed. Supports, they're horrendous at movement speed. So at least +6 dex, and also for like things like critting, right? Healing requires critting, so anything that just allows you to deviate crit from needing it on your gear, it's just plus. But the movement speed for melee tanks, like basically all tanks are melee, but there are some flexibility for the Vanguard and the Justicar, but it's still useful. It's a useful stat. Not the most useful per se, not the most functional, but movement speed is pretty wonderful, especially for tanks. Passive movement speed is a luxury. So if you're not gear checked, which doesn't happen very often when you're doing master runs, if you're ever in a master run, you're probably barely making enough to get gear checked. So having the luxury of extra movement speed is quite nice. What this doesn't do for tanks, though, that is perfectly welcomed for healers, is that tanks will have to sacrifice their, on average, 5 to 10% mitigation, because most artifact sets ultimately provide 5 to 10% mitigation at minimum that you run with at current dungeons. So you have to be geared enough to spare 5 to 10% mitigation in incoming damage, right? Because you're comparing this to slot in something defensive. So if you're the GOAT and you have doing content that isn't gear checked for you, say you completed Master's Demonweb a lot, or you trust your pain givers to end something even more, I actually would prefer to do this, get the burst damage, and just take the fall. So like run the risk of occasionally that 5% to 10% end up killing you and just res, because it'll end up probably consistently more successful than gaining more defense. I know how that sounds, and unfortunately that's just, if you're playing the odds, it's generally the most consistent, reliable behavior in games like this are the pain givers. You taking a fall is less of a point, it's a more common point of failure. So if you're going to take that odds, reducing it slightly isn't going to necessarily affect the outcome as much as making sure the highest points of success are going to your pain givers. I'm not advocating for you to neglect your tank. It's just tank players will feel psychologically more helpful if they choose to take the fall and know that they're going to get their gear. They're going to complete the dungeon because they choose to do it, as opposed to feeling helpless. It's like, oh dude, I have all the defense in the world and you guys just aren't doing it enough, and then I die. That feels helpless. So this is great. More of this. In fact, it would be cool if they combined role specificity, right? Like role specificity to runes in the future. It's kind of a design language that they have propagated for a while. So runes, it saves on resource. They can create one set, so that set then has their role specificity. They've done it with a bunch of other types of artifacts already, artifact sets. So it would be pretty sweet to have something that perhaps offset that, that bad taste for maybe a pain giver who receives the set. It can be optional in that way. One thing that would hurt is that these things don't stack, right? So if it becomes incredibly attractive to specific roles that are numerous pain givers, generally you would get diminished return, because then it would limit, and it would also be a conflict of interest. So which pain giver is going to say, I'm a team player, so I'm going to wear this artifact instead of my 10% to 15% bonus damage artifact set, right? Something like that. So the fact that these things don't stack, it's already going to select out pain givers. It's generally geared towards a healer and a tank. And healer and tanks are constitutively, most of the time, if you want to be successful, non-overlapping. So they are all generally occupying two zones. And if you have a healer tank duo, they are often at 90-degree angles, provided the boss mechanic does not negate 90-degree angles, because this is how you provide universal combat advantage if someone isn't already running a companion that gives combat advantage. So they're generally 90-degree angle. Like when a tank shimmies the healer also shimmies at 90 degrees, so you can always see the tank, right? At least that's how I do it for the fundamentals of healing in this game, right? 90-degree angles provides combat advantage, and generally you're accessible. The only unlucky part is the concern is 1 DPS that goes to the back 180 of you. That can put them at risk, but Paingivers are pretty scrappy when it comes to dodging things, at least usually at that level. So these are just min-maxing things that I think about, but this set is fantastic. I think if this, I know it's not important to Paingivers, but if this greatly increases tanks and supports gear check, as in they can provide enough synergy, it would increase the success of dungeons, and dungeons tend to be pain giving heavy, so most of the gear tends to be pain giving in its essence, in its core. So yes, it kind of sucks that you went to the 6th milestone and it's something that you're probably not going to use as a pain giver. At the same time though, every rare healer or tank that you might come across probably would run this because it provides a lot of stats. So you get through item level check. It might not necessarily help you with gear checking, but it also offers the idea that there are more healers and tanks that are qualified to be your punch ragdoll thing that would sacrifice their life just so that you can all succeed together. So if you do enough damage and you know that you can take out a boss before the tank like takes 5 dives, right, before it dies, then you can pick up any tank, and most of the tanks will have enough item level. All the rare unicorns out there will have enough item level and something useful, at least for you as a pain giver. So you increases the pool of eligible tanks and healers whenever a pain giver says, you know, looking for 2 more tank and healer, and you just can't find anyone. And in this case, when it comes to master runs, right, you can't find them. You can't find healers or tanks that meet the gear check. It's not that they don't exist, it's just they can't meet the gear check. So for better or for worse, those people would be really rough. But if you're like a goated pain giver that just wants to get some stuff and also maybe indirectly and inadvertently helping any tank or healer, that's a plus. I think that's a win-win. And this goes to my digression earlier. I love this. To me, a hot take for today, one of the major topics is, yes, at the cost of pain givers being a little upset, I personally would back this type of reward system so that more tanks and healers, or even pain givers who are upset that, oh, it's always tank gear that is easily attainable before you get dungeon gear and stuff that supersedes this, it can encourage more support players. So the hot take for me is having rewards, having PvE locked, as in PvE gained, like campaign gained, sorry, not PvE, that's not the campaign gain, be the gate for support items for maybe 2 or 3 modules. That might be wonderful, because then it doesn't feel powerless that tank and healers can't meet mandatory gear checks without having to be dedicated pain givers. That's kind of the idea. It sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it hurts when this is not pain giving gear. However, it doesn't hurt as much as not having tanks and healers to even do content to get what most pain givers are looking for, which is access to everything else. So I hope this is, in my opinion, this is a great step in a direction that they might not be even thinking. Perhaps maybe a feedback or something. My personal feedback as someone who spends 80 to 90% as not a pain giver until I need gear. When I need gear and my class has a pain giving class, I look for pain giving opportunities first. It's the nature of it's the belly of the beast. Like, it's a very negative experience, but this stuff would make it less negative. Absolutely. Tanks don't win even when they win. Healers don't win when they feel like they're winning. So like when you finish a dungeon, generally speaking, the healer and tank are far more exhausted. And it's often because it's weighted by their desperation and how many times they have to endure being the point of failure in order to see gear. And in the end, when you get this gear, right, like when a tank gets this gear, it's rarely relevant, unfortunately. And then sometimes when gear comes up like this, for example, like these things, the thing that comes to mind, at least for myself, is how much pain I'm gonna have to get through to even get a chance at seeing this. Like, it's not how much damage I'm gonna do or how good I'm going to do. It's often how much difficulty I'm gonna encounter fighting with my team. It's rarely how I'm gonna support my team, how I'm gonna make my team shine even more, because generally speaking, you don't get to do that. You only get to take punishment and hope that the power creep on the dungeon design isn't gonna slap you a big one. So I think this is a win. It would be honestly, in an ideal situation, the design where outgoing and ingoing damage is modified, that's choice. Having a rune that focuses on outgoing and incoming damage as an example of, instead of a passive blatant thing, you can convert it into a rune. There's examples of incoming mitigation and outgoing amplification in both cases. But having them together at the sacrifice of those stats, that's pretty sweet. It's functionally a support, and it's functionally a defensive and an offensive support aura for your peeps. So what that does of having a defensive aura is that it feels like the tank is aiding the healer. I mean, it depends, the TPS class. If you're a wizard, you're a loser, but if you're a Locke or Barb, where you have an animation and cancel that attempt to compete with that wizard, that can also be a bit exhausting. You're comparing pain givers. I'm not comparing pain givers. You're definitely comparing pain givers. I'm talking about comparing healers and tanks with pain givers. So that is entirely, I totally agree with you about that. Actually, that's a very valid point because of the flexibility of sprints. Like, the sprint is very responsive, it's intermittent, and it has lots of big windows. Absolutely. But there's no contest that having to play in a party with one point of failure, and that's you, can ever be eclipsed by playing in a role that has redundancy. Whether you're an input god or not, if you compared yourself and you wanted to be the one person versus the three people, it's more exhausting to be the one person. You could thrive on it though. Like, if you're a superstar, you know, you're like, yeah, I'm the man, and you thrive on that, all the power to you. It's still exhausting. So this is great. So this is the only thing that was added. We got the boon point and this thing, which I'll run and test and see what happens. But I can say that I will probably run it on my Sentinel because I can get 50% uptime probably. It's 6 seconds. Oh man, it was so... If it was 10 seconds, you know, back in the day when daily use stuff like Trobriand's ring, which I still use on my tank today, if it's 10 seconds, it's almost nearly 100% uptime. But it's not an aura, right? So things like this, right? So I'm thinking of a rune situation here where it reduces incoming and increasing outgoing damage. So it becomes a defensive thing. And what it feels like is, yes, which best combat enchantment for Bard heal? You mean this? Oh, you mean this? Oh, I don't know, actually. Healing does not have an exclusive thing. So if you're a bard and you like tapping that at will every once in a while, I'd probably still... yeah, not really. Just probably go with fortified nature, but there isn't a heal specific thing, unfortunately. If you're really cheeky and you already DPS, right? So if you already DPS, hold that thought though. But if you already DPS and you already invested in a lightning flash because of accuracy and crits, you can tap anything. So as a healer, you have plenty of time to keep this stack up. So you can gain 7.5 critical strike if you don't meet, and then liberate the critical strike. So you can maybe repurpose a mythic lightning flash, but generally speaking, none of them are uptime. None of these have any uptime. Like this involves on the occasion that you get hit a lot. So instead of investing in 2 whole things, if you already have something like this, you can give it a nice nudge in the butt 3 times and get the 7.5. And that's probably pretty alright. Yeah, so like this stuff, I want a return of 10 second stuff. Because I can get this like 95% uptime. You know, if there was a rune, the moment they release a rune that is based on daily, I will most definitely run it. And that's now. It's gonna be useful. The one downside is I'm gonna have to accommodate 5 to 10% loss in mitigation. So I have to make sure my gear is scaled up to accommodate the loss in 10% at the top. Always assume worst case scenario to prevent, in my opinion, to prevent death. When a tank dies, like if you're like a tank player, the moment you die, you're like, oh no. Like everything just, people just run around like, oh my gosh. Dying as a tank. Oh, I had another quick personal request to Cryptic. I'm willing to sacrifice a persistent mod or passive if there is a soulstone like conditional mod, and that's if the artifact set, if the tank takes more than, I'm gonna say sometimes they use 75 as a number or 50% or something. I'm gonna say greedily, I would take, if a tank takes 75% damage in one hit, they nullify that with the 60%, with a 60-second cooldown. That's enough for most bosses to do 2 tank breakers, right? Tank busters. But at least running that will prevent possibly 1 crit a lot of times. When a tank gets taken down by a crit, it's often just easier to wipe right away. And that sucks because you get the negativity of feeling like I can't do anything about it. I got unlucky, and all the team knows you died because they're gonna know that aggro is lost. That's what pain givers would type, like aggro please, and the healer is like, he died in one hit, or the tank died in one hit. What can I do? So a lot of times having like a one tap mod, that's kind of like a staple thing. Like, oh, do I want to be safe? Generally, I like that option. So it's a personal request. It's just like a greedily thing where if a tank takes lethal damage, right? It could be a conditional that's really high, but generally 75%. Yeah, and you're gonna go back and do it anyways. So right, the tank dies, and you're gonna cycle, and you're still going to do it. It's gonna leave that negative feeling in general. So, and they have mechanics for that. They kind of they still have it. The dead res thing, right? I forgot what it's called. Is it called a soul stone? I don't remember what it's called. The combat one. So it's possible to repurpose that for a tank specifically, and you can make it tank. I guess you can make it tank specific. Soul shield, yeah, something like that. So moving it to an artifact set and just say, if a tank gets dealt more than 50 or 75% of their health in one hit, either if it's lethal, maybe you get a lethal res instead, or it just chunks you so hard. It offsets a lot of things. The tank isn't really winning anything. It just means they don't have to recycle getting to that point again because they got one shot. And it offers so much more like fun, like good feelings for the team, right, in general. And it's not an offensive thing. It doesn't necessarily break. It can break some boss mechanics. I can see a bunch of potential boss mechanics, so they would have to go back and maybe retroactively do like the Barovia thing where there's a permadeath after taking lethal, right? They would have to put in a conditional where if there was, I don't know, Halaster's DPS check and then the tank just recovers from it, that all that coding and interaction will have to take place if this is it. But they already do it for the soul combat enchantment, so I imagine that would just overlap if they add a modifier to these things. Or my conservative suggestion is, if you take over 75% of damage, the tank is refunded that. It gets nullified. And then 60 seconds is usually something of that nature. 60 seconds is very reasonable. What's not reasonable is tanks get other forms of lethal dodging. Apparently Justicar doesn't have it anymore. I didn't even realize that was changed. Today I looked for it. But Sentinel and Vanguard has a lethal prevention. I'm pretty sure the Vanguard still has that skill, but it's 3 minutes. It's 180 seconds. That is 10 tank busters on average. So you have one lifesaver in 3 minutes when you can die 10 times over. That's incredible. When we're talking about masters, any throw can be unlucky enough for you to get whomped. We're not even talking about the average tank player, right? So maybe it's still here. Hold up, let me switch to Vanguard. Yeah, so oh no, it's not a prevention. It's it just allows you to block without the use of stamina. So maybe this still works. I'm gonna tell you the reason why this maybe still works. There are, back when Eclipse, I used to use Eclipse on the Sentinel, and that was when I was streaming Neverwinter consistently, right, all around. And let's just say after a while, I saw a bunch of people using the Eclipse on the Sentinel, and the reason why the Eclipse is so effective on the Sentinel is that when you have Battle Rage and you have Furious Reaction, and then what you can do is you can perma live through like CC and tank busters, because the Eclipse will refresh since you have Unstoppable up. So while the Eclipse is regenerating your stamina, it absorbs all the damage until it reaches full. So what happens is from time to time, I don't keep these VODs until recently. So that VOD has since faded away. But when Eclipse was around, you know how one great example of the boss is the Infernal Citadel boss, where at the end, the engine, right, the Hellfire engine, grabs you and like taxes you. So what happens is if you tab Unstoppable, it's gonna crush your stamina. But since your Unstoppable lasts like 15 seconds, the Eclipse is gonna proc and it's gonna try to get to 100%. It has to get to 100% before stamina stops regenning. So you're invulnerable if you take damage while your Eclipse has not procced. And the Eclipse was every 30 seconds. So I definitely agree that that modifier should be greater than 30 seconds. But it definitely has to be less than 3 minutes. So 180 seconds. Just brainstorming some ideas. But there's lots of fun things that can be done. And they have all this. It's a combination of this stuff. Anyways, let me give a rating for today. I had a really interesting discussion earlier about crossplay. I would love to tell people that you can play this on anything. Absolutely. So maybe it'll happen. Make it happen, Cryptic. Okay. So what we got was this set for all the for some of the healers and the tanks out there who are AP buds. This is not diminished return. This is pretty fantastic. There is some diminished return because a lot of even my pain givers that are across the board, the 3 pain givers, usually have capped accuracy and capped critical strike. So it's a little tough. But 5% damage is 5% damage. If you can spare it, it's great. And it's great for random play. So if you're doing advanced demon webs, this can be helpful. Generally speaking, most, at least from my experience, I would say 70% of the pain givers don't have both accuracy and critical strike capped. Accuracy is the big one. I think generally accuracy is not capped. Or if you're the ones that deal with proccing crit strike, so the 2 pieces that get you to cap crit strike, just having 5% will increase the uptime when you are not in a phase of rotation, which applies to some, like Blade Masters. So if you're a tank, your first concern would be Blade Masters. Rogues have a sufficiently better time. Blade Masters and Dreadnoughts can benefit from this if you're tanking. And then possibly Wizards. They're not high mag, but I don't think Wizards typically run that anyways. They usually do the persistent damage, so persistent procs like Mythlar and whatnot. Anyways, this is good. I think it's above average. Every week there's been a little bit of something every time, even on a so we are carrying the story thing to the next week. So the way I'm doing it, I'm experiencing something new at every turn, which is great. All right. With that, lots of digressions, lots of crossplays stuff. Met someone. That's cool. And yeah, I'm just because of this and how efficient everything is still feels. It's still a 6 out of 10. 5 being average, as in same old, nothing changed. 6 out of 10. So right now, we're looking at a module that is sitting close to 7 right now, which is usually a 5. So, great. 6 out of 10. Thank you from a support player, Cryptic. I hope to see more, I suppose. Selfish requests. And then we can help, support players can help those paying givers get their incredible gears at the end of the dungeon. Alright guys, thanks for listening, thanks for chatting, thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you for watching. And you're always welcome to leave a comment if you have other thoughts. I look forward to discussing them in some way. And until next time, which is next week, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.